The name of Messiah, the Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. Yeah. The Most High is my rock. I keep my Bible on top. The Most High is my rock. No time for cupcake and the cutling. Hit the streets and start cutting. The Israelites are bubbling. The Israelites are coming. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. You can keep the stuffing. It's pagan, disdain, it's vain, it's nothing. The European Union about to hit the button. And I feel sorry for you if you think the Lord is bluffing. That's why I hit the booth and I tell the truth. Are you fishing with the truth? Homie, where's your fruit? If the Most High is your rock, don't treat him like a side piece. Come in this truth plan and treat you like a side piece. He's the God of mercy and wrath. So do you wanna fly or do you keep the Bible on cop? The Most High is my rock.
TK.
Rock. The Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock.
just tell them about the garments.
Oh yeah, okay. So
donations, and then move on.
So the garments, we're having the unity garment. Those of you online, you want to be in unity with us with the school, or if you feel like you're affiliated with us and you want to be unified with us, we're having the unity garment. It comes with a headband, camp shirt, camel pants, and that's for $160. The deadline to have the money in is September 6th. If you need it, we're also doing the Hebrew Academy. We do it here in Houston, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we're gonna be doing it online Tuesdays, and Virginia will be doing theirs on Wednesday. So that's how we're gonna work it out with the online. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Quatazat at 303-557-8979. We have a business, Sweet Ambiance, where we sell your fragrant body oils, your cologne fragrances, your perfume fragrances. You know, keep you smelling on 10. You know, if you use any cologne or perfume, you know it doesn't last all day. But you put these oils on, it lasts you most of the day, if not all the day. So check us out, sweetambiance.com. If you want to make any donations, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. The account number should be there on the screen, or you can Zelle it to us. We are in need of supplies, more apocryphers, Bibles, dictionaries, Zondervans, Josephus, tables, desks, chairs.
You gotta change.
You know, if you have a vehicle, possibly a van that you would be willing to donate, we're in need of all these things. If you need and a good address to send these things, if you have them to donate, please hit up Priest Quatazab and he will give you a good address to send these items. Because we're not here at the school all the time, so if you mail it to the school address, it may not get received. So please hit up Quatazab and he will give you a good address to send those. And that's it for the announcements.
That's it for the announcements. All right. Let's Imadium Wapanya Yerushalayim means rise and face Jerusalem. Let's get these prayers going. All right.
Remember, it is the Shabbat, so we're doing these opening prayers online so brothers and sisters could be included. Y'all asked us to put them online for y'all, so make sure that y'all are on time.
Nicodemus, can you get this fan from me?
Which one? Let's just pull it one. Yeah. That should be fine. Hit it again. Okay, just slow him down.
All right. Rakata Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Balanawa.
Award. Zayawam. Kawada. Aman.
And that's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thank you, so be it. And lighting the candles, the light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures by Hashem Yahweh Shai.
All right. I'm not feeling too good, so I got it. Rakata Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa'ah.
The water. Aman. And that's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, to give to us the sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. And the frankincense of myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. Psalm chapter 141 and verse 2 says, "Let my prayers be sent up before you as incense."
Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ab.
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 Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
And I bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai. They give to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
All right, this is Psalm chapter 121. Anashah, Ayan Yam Yad, Al Hahorium, Na'ayah, Yabawa'ah, Isaiah, Yabawa'ah, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aishah, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, La'ah, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashawamar, Yasher Allah, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Zalia, Al, Yim Yad, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Akaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Alayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Makol, Rai, Yashamar, Napasya, Yahweh, Yashamar, Awalakia, Wabawa'aya, Wa'aidan, Wa'ai, Aman.
Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Shema Yasher Allah. Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Achai. Shema Yasher Allah. Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Achai. Shema Yasher Allah. Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Achai.
And let's hear Israel. Yahweh, our power. Yahweh is one.
This is the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew. You can find it in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Daba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ma'aratazah, Kawa, Hayah, Bashamayim, Balanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Masalach Noah, Kabawat Noah, Kasalach Noah, Kabawat Yenoah, Wala'ah, Yenoah, Wanasaya 1, Abo, Awashai Noah, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Malakwat, Wa'ala, Watapa, La'ai Walani, Aman.
The Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thy is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. Ha'ai, Sharab, Matazawat.
The Ten Commandments.
La'ab, Yahaya, Lakab, Alahayim, Acharim, Al-Punyah.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'ah, La'isha, Lakah, the soul, Wala'ah, Aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah, Lalakwak'ah, Shum, Yahweh, Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad,
Kabad,
apoc,
apoc,
amoc.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Ratzazach,
Saratazak. Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Bana'ap,
thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah, Taganab,
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah, Ainah, Shakor,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah, Tachamad, Kol, Asherah, Lara'ayaka.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Ba'ashem Yahushai,
Water.
the water, Yai, Aman.
Yeshabil, which means to be seated. Water.
I already did that.
It was burning extra hard right now.
Hey, no. Sit right here. Drink in my back. Sit right here.
Oh, there we go.
Alrighty, so we'll be reading from Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 18 to Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 9. And then we'll touch on Isaiah, touch on John, and touch on 2 scriptures in Acts. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Let's salute up the first reader.
Let them know what we're translating.
So what we're translating is the brother's going to come up. He's going to state his name, his registry, his tribe. He's going to state that, but we're going to do it in Hebrew. So we'll translate it afterwards.
7 brothers, 7 readers.
Oh yeah, 7 brothers. We'll have 7 brothers for the 7 readers. The reading is broken into a portion of 7. So we'll have 7 brothers to read the 7 portions. And that's how we do the Sabbath day. All right.
Song, shout to show, Yehovah, Bani Yasharallah.
So Shabbat to show Yehoda, Ban Yasharallah, Men of Israel, Aimadi, Barak,
Yehovah Hashem Yahushai Brakathum.
Yehovah Hashem Yahushai Barakatah.
I forgot to.
Reading Slack.
Alright, come on. Y'all were waiting on me and I didn't. God.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Alright, so we're going from 16, 18, 17, 14.
Deuteronomy, chapter 16, verse 18.
Sir.
Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates, which the Most High thy power giveth thee, throughout thy tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment.
And if you read before, if we read up, this is talking about, if you read it just all in context, he's going in about the Passover. What we were supposed to be doing at the Passover. So verse 16, 3 times a year would every male show up for the 3 different feasts. Well, who knows what the 3 feasts are that you were supposed to show up?
Passover,
What else?
Feast of Weeks, and Feast of Tabernacles.
Right. So those 3 feasts. Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is the Passover. Feast of Weeks, Feast of Tabernacles. Verse 18 goes in, judges and officers shalt thou make in all thy gates. That's why a lot of times when we go to Passover, you'll see brothers get promoted. That's where they'll get their rank. Mm-hmm. Right. A little extra motivation for brothers to keep pushing forward. So every year, whatever happened for that year, that's when we announce, whatever rank, whatever brother was promoted, whatever name was changed, that's where that gets announced. So for the nation. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not wrest judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift. For a gift doth blind the eye of the wise, and perverts the words of the righteous. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow, that thou mayest live, and inherit the land of the Most High thy power giveth thee, in which the Most High thy power giveth thee. Thou shalt not plant thee a grove of any trees near unto the altar of the Most High thy power, which thou shalt make thee. Neither shalt thou set thee up any image which the Most High thy power hateth. Chapter 17, verse 1. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Most High thy power any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish, or any evil favoredness. For that is an abomination to the Most High thy power. If there be found among you within any of thy gates which the Most High thy power giveth thee, men or women that have wrought wickedness in the sight of the Most High thy power, and transgressing his covenant, and hath gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, either the sun or moon, or any of the hosts of heaven, which I have not commanded, and it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought in Israel, then shalt thou bring forth the man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing unto thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shalt stone them with stones till they die. At the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death.
See, so there wasn't. See, people. I remember when I used to read the Bible way back as a kid, and it was like eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, right? And you're like, wow, wait a minute. So people just go around just pulling people's eyes out, knocking people's teeth out, or just people just be getting put to death. Well, the scriptures say, go back to verse. Go back to verse 4. Read that.
And it be told thee,
right? So if something was told to you, go ahead.
And thou hast heard of it,
right? And you heard what was told. Go ahead.
And inquired diligently.
No, you just went off of what you heard.
And inquired diligently.
See, that's the problem with a lot of people. They just go off of what they heard. Well, I heard. I heard. Did you inquire diligently? Did you put all the faculties together of what you heard, what you saw, what you thought, to make that righteous judgment? And then it tells you also 2 or 3 witnesses. That's why when they brought that woman taken in adultery to Yahweh Shai, it was 2 or 3 witnesses. It wasn't just one Pharisee coming, because they knew the law. They knew that no one could be put to death off of one eyewitness account. You had to have 2 or 3. But they also knew you couldn't just judge a matter off of one account of just, oh, I heard or I saw. Well, where's the evidence? Where's the proof? Did you inquire? Did you inquire diligently? Did you do your due diligence to come up with whatever judgment it may be? And that goes for all life, man. Right. We gotta be better at inquiring diligently to make sure that the things we're going to endeavor into, that they make sense, that they're feasible, and that you're not going to misjudge things, make the wrong mistake. So go ahead.
But at the mouth of one witness he shall not be put to death.
Uh-huh.
The hands of the witness shall be first upon him to put him to death.
This goes right with safety. There's safety in the multitude of counselors. You can't just go make a move off of just your thoughts, just off of your experience, off of your intuition. You have to use many experiences and many intuitions and much wisdom and much talk and counsel to make moves. That way, you're not going to be shielded from every little thing that's going to happen, but you could mitigate a lot of damage that could be done if we follow this method.
Right.
Go ahead.
And afterward, the heads of all the people. So thou shalt put the evil away from among you. If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then shalt thou arise and get thee up into the place which the Most High thy power shall choose. And thou shalt come unto the priests, the Levites, and unto the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show thee the sentence of judgment. And thou shalt...
Because there were some matters that would require more stricter judgment. So you'd have to take that to the priest. Go ahead.
And thou shalt do according to the sentence, which they of that place which the Most High shall choose shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee, according to the sentence of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they show thee to the right hand nor to the left.
Right. So if you go for counsel, or you go to get a matter judged, just because you don't like the judgment, don't mean that all of a sudden, well, I don't like that. I'm gonna find a different way.
Right.
The scriptures say you're supposed to follow the judgment, because obviously the matter was too hard for you to judge.
Right.
So if you went, so think about it. Think about it. The scriptures say you got a problem with your brother, you go to your brother. Right? Oh, your brother won't hear you. So you take witnesses. Oh, he don't hear witnesses, you go to the congregation or the priest, right? You just go up the chain. So when the priests judge a matter, we're going to take all things into account now. It's more than just your feelings. It's more than just the actual issue that started. Now we got to take into account, well, why is this man not hearing this man? And why is this brother not being brotherly? And why is no one willing to condescend and like Paul said it so eloquently, take low? Right? So we got to judge now on the whole entire matter. And the judgment doesn't always play out in what you thought it was going to play out.
Right.
But now you got to still roll with that, because you couldn't fix the problem when it was just those two men.
Right.
So if it has to go up the chain, now you got to deal with other men judging the matter. And that's not always going to work out in what you feel is favorable. But the Bible is saying you got to stick with that judgment. You got to follow that counsel. Now, anyway, go ahead. Read on.
And the man that will do presumptuously.
The man that will do what?
He
would do what?
Do presumptuously.
Go ahead.
And will not hearken unto the priest that standeth.
Presumptuously meaning I'm going to purposefully not follow the counsel or the judgment. You got the presumptuous sin, right? Hold on real quick. Go to Numbers 38. You got the one that's sin, Numbers 15, right? What you got for, you got that definition? Check this out. Let's see here.
30?
No, it's 1538 is.
No, that's that. No, 15. No, he's right. He's right. 15 and verse 30. Right, because you had two different types of sins. You had ignorance, not knowing, and then you had that man that was presumptuous. Like, yeah, I know better, but I'm going to do me.
Right.
Read what you got for presumptuous. Yeah, I know that the brothers told me to do such and such, but you know, I know they told me to wait 6 months, a year, but I'm going to hit it right now. I know, but man, I know. But I'm going to find every scripture to justify my thinking. And then you do you, and then and the Most High does you back. Go ahead.
Unwarranted or impotent. Impotently bold.
Right, impotently bold. When somebody, you know, impudence. Right? Go ahead. What else? That's it?
No, there's more. Failing to observe the limits of what is permitted or appropriate.
You see that? You fail to observe what is appropriate or permitted.
Right.
Read Numbers 15, verse 30.
Numbers chapter 15, verse 30.
Read that.
But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously.
Right, because you had a presumptuous sin. Right, hold that. Go to verse 24 real quick.
Verse 24.
Right.
Then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance,
Right.
without the knowledge of the congregation,
Go ahead.
that all the congregation shall
Right.
offer.
So you see that there's a sin by ignorance. Right? It's that we committed things in ignorance, not knowing. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. There's a difference between knowing and sinning and not knowing and sinning. He that knew the master's will and prepared himself not will be beaten with many stripes. He that knew not the master's will and prepared himself not shall be beaten with less stripes. Right? Luke 12:47. What you got?
There's some synonyms that
What you got?
It says overconfident,
Ooh, read.
egotistic,
Hey.
overbold,
Ugh.
pervert, forward,
Forward, right? You against. Go ahead.
rude,
You just flat out rude. What else?
uncivil.
Uncivil, because think about it. Are these not civil laws? Wouldn't it be a civil matter
Right.
that you're dealing with in judgment? And the priests give you the civil judgment, but you're uncivil.
Right.
You're not civilized.
Aren't these part of pride, though? All these-
Well, it's all of that got to do with pride. Forward, rebellious, all that. It's all pride at the end of the day. Go boldness, over bold. Go ahead.
Over hasty,
Hasty. It says, "Be not rash to do anything.
Right.
Be not rash with thy tongue. Be not hasty in any matter." Go ahead.
premature,
Damn. You said what?
premature.
Yeah, you do things prematurely. No patience.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's about it.
That's it. So you see, that presumptuous person, they fall into a lot of heartaches, man.
All right.
They fall into a lot of that's why, like the scripture says, what does it say? The abstinent heart will be laden with sorrow. That abstinent heart, that person that's hard-headed, not wanting to hear, presumptuous, right? Go ahead, jump back to verse 30 in Numbers 15
Numbers 15, verse 30, the second precept, or from top?
from the top. Just go ahead.
From the top. But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously,
Right,
whether he be born in the land
right,
or a stranger,
right.
the same reproach the Lord.
The
Right.
same
The
reproach
same
the
reproach
Lord.
the Lord.
Meaning what? Go ahead, read on.
And that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
Like, how can you reproach the Lord?
You go against.
It's like you're going against the Lord. You see that? It doesn't matter. He's saying the stranger or the sojourner,
Right.
which be born in the land, no matter what, it's the same type of judgment. Meaning, if you're a stranger, the same judgment for the person that is not a stranger.
Right.
I got you.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Go ahead, read verse 31.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord,
Right?
and hath broken his commandment.
He had done what?
Broken his commandment.
The commandment is that when the judgment is dropped, you follow that.
Right.
Just like when you go to court in America, right? And they bang that gavel, bam, court adjourned.
Right.
If you don't follow that, what happens? Contempt of court. They could lock you up, right? It's the same thing. I mean, obviously we ain't locking brothers up, right? We don't have to. We don't have to. We just back up and let you deal with your judgment. Go ahead.
That soul shall utterly be cut off.
Uh-huh.
His iniquity shall be upon him.
Yeah, jump back to Deuteronomy. So hopefully, I mean, just a little insight into the importance of following counsel, man. It's very important. It's very important. I know sometimes, man, it don't sound like what you want to hear.
But if it don't sound like what you want to hear, sometimes that's for your best.
Exactly.
It's like when you tell a kid don't do something, they don't want to hear that, but it's for their best.
It's for the best.
And sometimes you don't see how it can be for your best because in the long term, it's for your best. But short term, you'll be looking at it like, I want that right now, you know? It's like if you're hungry, or it's like if your kid is hungry, and you got some Doritos sitting right there. You don't want to give your kids the chips. Short term, yeah, it might help, but long term, you don't want to get your kids hooked on empty calories and chips and candies but at the time the kid might not understand it because the kid is hungry. But it's the same with us. You know, we'll get told something, we'll get told some advice, some counsel, and we'll look at it, we'll be like, that ain't what I want to do. But you know, a lot of times you don't understand the long-term ramifications, how long-term that counsel is beneficial for you, or that advice is beneficial for you long-term.
And my thing is this: if you didn't want to get the counsel,
Why?
obviously, no. My thing is this: if you obviously you didn't make the right decision in the beginning anyway to be in the situation. So
Yeah.
if you had it, then you wouldn't be in any situation to have to get whatever judgment you don't like.
Right.
That's the way I see it, is that obviously you didn't have at the moment the amount of wisdom that was needed or information or whatever it was to be able to slide through whatever situation it was without it having to go up the chain and now be judged to where, look, this is what you got to go with.
Right.
Okay. Can I get
So,
one
yeah.
on that? We haven't hit this in a while. Can I get Job chapter 20 and verse 2? Job chapter 20 and verse 2.
Job, chapter 20 and verse 2.
And this is what happens to a lot of us when we do get counsel and we do get advice, and you're not hearing what you want to hear. This is what we end up doing. Go ahead.
Therefore, do my thoughts cause me to answer?
And you know, while you're hearing the counsel or the advice, you're like, oh crap, man, this isn't what I wanted to hear. And then while you're in the midst of that, the scripture says your thoughts cause you to answer. So in your thoughts, you're not listening at all. You're not listening at all. So you're just all about what is going on, because you're not hearing what you want to hear. So it's almost like you just block it out. And now your thoughts, it causes you to answer. So now you make a judgment, you make a decision based off of the counsel that's being given, but you're not listening to what's being said. Right. You just make a rash decision.
Or even before you even get counsel or get any type of, the multitude of counsel, there's safety, you just go off of your own thought.
Right. Yeah.
To where now, this is where you have to go now, moving up the ladder.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And for this, I make haste.
And for this what?
I make haste.
And for that, you end up making haste.
You're presumptuous.
Presumptuous. Go ahead. Oh, no, that's it on that. That's it on that. Yeah. Go back to Deuteronomy chapter 17.
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 12. And the man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken unto the priest that standeth to minister there before the Lord thy God, or unto the judge, even that man shall die, and thou shalt put away the evil from Israel.
Time.
And all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously. When thou art come unto the land which the Most High thy power giveth thee, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me.
And that's it for the first reader. That's it for the first reader. Let's get the second reader up.
Shabbatashah, Yahawada, Ban, Yasharala.
Louis Shabbatashah Yahuda Ban Yashra'ala. Men of Israel, Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 15. Thou shalt any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee.
Right, so you got a lot of people talking about voting. Like, who should I vote for, or is it wrong to vote? Con. Yep. It's definitely wrong to vote. The Bible's telling you right here. You shouldn't be voting for Trump. I don't care if you think Kamala Harris is the Benjamite of Benjamites. You shouldn't be voting for her. You know why? Because at the end of the day, she's our people by blood, but not by mentality. She's if she's an Israelite. I don't think she is.
I don't think she is either.
I think she's Elam, or Esau. They said it was Esau,
Irish.
right? Yeah, her great grandpa was one of the Irish men that had slaves in Jamaica. Right? So we shouldn't be voting. This is the thing. You shouldn't be voting in this society anyway. What does it do? Nicodemus.
Yeah, I was going over that scripture with my mother,
Okay.
and I asked her how long she been voting.
Right?
She said since she been out of high school, my mother 88 years old. I said, I'm gonna ask you another question. Have anything changed in your life since you been voting? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? She took a while to answer. She said, yeah, I'm doing all right. I said, I'm talking about your nation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm
'cause-
talking about for your people as a whole.
And that's how people try to
Yeah.
sidestep that answer by looking at themselves only. Like, yeah, I'm doing good. Are you really? Are you really? Did everything that you voted for come true? Or did you waste time at the ballot box? Sister Mary.
I never had voted.
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
They never did anything.
It's not gonna do it. I don't care what level. Like people say, well, the lower level. If you vote for like your judges and your lower level legislators, congressmen, councilmen. First of all, the judges is the one that's locking your ass up. It ain't Trump. It's your local legislation that's getting you locked up, or getting you fined, or getting you. You know, they'll change the law and you don't know about it. You ride down the street. Well, I didn't know about that. Well, you're supposed to know. That's your local legislation. That's what's locking you up. Trump is not banging the gavel. Neither is Pence. Neither is Biden. None of these people are literally there in courtroom to courtroom. Guilty, not guilty. It's your local councilmen and judges that you vote for that move laws, governors, right? They make amendments to this and amend that, and they throw this law into play. They're the ones. The low-level government is the ones that legalize certain legislator for like homosexuality, right? And different things that happen in the community. Oh, yeah, transgender bathrooms are legal now. Well, that's local legislation. It's legal in Sugar Land, but it might not be legal in Harris County, right? Because each county differs. So none of that. Listen, the only thing we're supposed to be concerned about is trying to get up out of here. Understand the law, understand what's going on, but you shouldn't be voting to change it, to add to it, because again, I don't care if there was a black man in office. Unless he hopped up on that podium and said the children of Israel are black and y'all got to teach that in every church, then guess what? He ain't for us. What we going to say?
No, I'm just glad you saying that because Bible says that the Lord raised up kings and bring down kings.
Yeah, but and that's the thing. He's going to put the Most High is going to put in play.
Exactly.
The Most High is going to put in play who he wants in play. He put Trump in play. He promoted Trump, right, for his purpose. So we don't have to go vote for Trump. He's going to be there. I mean, the Electoral College is going to get him in there anyway. Or Biden, whoever they want. Whatever filth they vote, that's who's going to be there. You have no part in that anyway. It's just a formality to give you and make you feel a part.
That's it. Right. And I explained that to my cousin. I told my cousin, I said that the Bible says that the Lord raised up kings, raised down kings. And you know what his answer was? Like all of them answer is well, they died to give me this opportunity. I said, died for what? Who died?
Who died?
They died for? Who? You know, people. People back in the day, they were getting beat. Dogs.
Well, you died for the wrong thing.
Exactly.
You should have.
So that's what I told him. I said, well, die for what? What did you die for? They still didn't do nothing for you.
Unnecessary.
You know?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you didn't. And that's the problem. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. We'll die to vote.
That's right.
But will you die for the next man? The man next to you? Where you don't even have to die for the next man. But we'll die to be able to hit the voting ballots. You'll die to be in the military. You'll die for women's rights. You'll die for gay rights. You're dying for the wrong thing.
Right.
Remember, Yahweh Shai said, I didn't come to take men's lives, but to save them.
Right.
But to give man lives. So what are you dying for? But we see if you got to die to vote, it ain't for you. If you got to die for something in this country, it ain't for you. Because the scriptures is not telling us to go die, sacrifice ourselves in that manner. It says that we're a living sacrifice, which is your reasonable service. So it wasn't about dying. Again, if you got to die for it, it ain't for you. Go ahead, read on. So, go ahead, read on.
Which is not thy brother.
Right, where you at?
Verse 16.
Deuteronomy 16, right?
Deuteronomy 17, verse 16.
16. Go ahead.
But he shall not multiply horses to himself,
Right,
nor cause the people to return to Egypt,
right.
to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord has said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply.
Right, because think about it. Where was his horses going to come from?
The people.
The people. Read on.
That's true. Neither shall he multiply wives.
Where was his wives going to come from?
The people's nation.
His wives were going to come from the people. Go ahead. Where else?
To himself,
Uh-huh.
that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold.
Where was that going to come from?
The people.
It was going to come from the people. So, people love to pull this scripture like, see, multiple wives was it wrong to have more than one horse? No, it wasn't. Was it wrong to have, was Solomon wicked for having hundreds of gold shields? No, he wasn't wicked. It was showing us that a king had enough power to go through the city and take what he wanted. How do we know that? How do we know a king had enough power to go through the city and take what he wanted? What story?
Saul, they said Samuel's going to tell them that they're going to come take the kings. He was going to take your children.
Right. He said if you wanted a king, he was going to do what?
Take your children.
He's going to take your children.
Your daughters.
Make your daughters confectionaries.
Right.
Right. Little love toys.
Right.
Right. He was going to take your horses, your land.
Take
Like
your land.
basically, if you had a king, anything that was in his kingdom belonged to him.
That's right.
So when you read this scripture and knowing the other scriptures, this ain't about, the context wasn't about multiplying. It was about what was going to vex you to want to go back to Egypt. What was going to vex the people. Because if you take enough from the people, they're going to be like, damn, he just keeps taking. I'm out of here. I don't want to be a part of this.
Yeah.
So this was a warning to the kings. This is a warning to the people about the king and about the king himself, that he wasn't supposed to do these things to the level that it vexed the people to want to have to go back to Egypt. The king could have more than one horse. Think about it. Solomon had chariot cities.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay? He had cities full of chariots. He had hundreds of golden shields. Queen of Sheba came through with a train of camels filled with gold. And is there a limit to how many spices you can have? You got too many peacocks. You're wicked, brother.
Right.
You got too many servants. You need to tone that number down to about 2. He had hundreds of servants. He had hundreds of peacocks. He had hundreds of animals. You got too many lions, brother, roaming around. You need to mitigate that number because it's unlawful. But no, this wasn't about it's unlawful. When it says multiply, it's talking about, think about it. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 4 is, 16. 16 times, that's multiplication.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like 1 plus 2 plus 1, like 1 plus 1 is 2 plus 1 is 3. That's addition. Multiplication was 2 times 2. 4. 4 times 4. 16. 16 times 16. 32. 32 times 32. Right? 64. That's how you multiply. So now I'm gathering in this number where is all my things coming from as the king?
And your belly never fills up.
You said what?
Your belly never fills up. You keep on wanting more.
Well, yeah, or the matter how you look at it, even if I was full, and let's say I lost a horse or two in war, where would those new horses come from? Again, I'm gonna have to badger the people. I have to go take from the people.
Right.
So he was saying, listen, don't cause the people to want to go back to captivity by putting them in a different type of captivity. Because isn't that a form of captivity?
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Where now, what's yours is mine? Like, who's you? Well, I'm the king. I'm the king. So he was saying, the Most High was showing the kings, don't put your people back into another type of oppression or slavery or bondage because of your rulership.
That's right.
To the point where it's like, man, we was better off in Egypt. We were better off not having horses, not having gold, because nothing was being taken from us.
Okay.
This is what that was about. So we gotta understand. You gotta understand the other stories and why the Most High put this, because Samuel was warning the people against this when it came to a king. All right, so go ahead, read on.
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 18.
Uh-huh.
And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book, out of that which is before the priests and Levites.
See, he was supposed to write a copy of the law, of this law. It says of this law in a book. Every king was supposed to sit down and write this out as a reminder that this is how you're supposed to roll or not supposed to roll as a king. There was a law, there were laws for kings. Specifically, just like there were law for Nazarites, there were law for the priests, there were law for kings. Then there were laws for the people. So there was an operation within the law. There was laws for different sects of the community. Y'all get this? Right.
Wars.
There was,
they went to war.
yeah, there was law for how to go to war.
Right.
Just like how we have law on what to eat, how to party.
Right.
There was laws and stipulations for everything. Yeah. So again, this, when you read this in this context, you got to understand these are this was guidelines for kings. So if anybody comes like, well, go to Deuteronomy 17 and verse 17, he should not multiply wives. It's like, okay, first of all, let's understand the context.
Yep.
Then let's understand it says multiply. It didn't say add wives to himself. It's multiply. There's a difference between multiplying and adding.
That's true.
Multiplication is a faster way to add. But the point is, where were these things going to come from? All right? Go ahead. Where are we at?
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 19. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes, to do them. And this heart, that this heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand.
Hold on real quick. Shalom. According to Deuteronomy 13 and 6 through 11 and Deuteronomy 17 and 14 to 20, should families force you to vote? And if not, should families force you to vote? Well, no one can force you to vote. They can't drag you to the ballot box and they're going to club you over the head and fill out your answers. They can't force you to vote. I don't. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, but no one can force you into anything. You can't be forced to vote. Like, vote or move out? Well, I'm moving out then. I'm moving out then. We have different agendas. We have different understanding of what needs to take place and what don't. So maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I don't see how a person could be forced to vote. I think there's laws against that.
Yeah.
I think there's laws against. I think even in America with their wickedness, there's laws against that. Right? What does Deuteronomy 13:6 say?
Deuteronomy 13:6 is about when we read it last week, last Shabbat. It talked about when you were enticed by your family members or somebody that was close to you to go and serve another god.
Right.
It talks about how you were supposed to put that family member that enticed you to death.
Right. Well, we know that in these days we're not putting anybody to death.
Yeah.
right? Scripture, listen, the scriptures say, this is what we got to understand, man. Go to Matthew 10 real quick.
Come. Matthew chapter 10, verse 34.
Uh-huh.
Think not that I am come to send peace on earth.
Right.
I am come not to send peace, but a sword.
But a what?
But a sword.
The sword is this word. So if you are a truth-seeking, wisdom-seeking, true believer in Yahweh Shai and Yahweh and Yahweh Shai, the Most High in Christ, then you're going to understand that there's a sword that's going to be sent on this earth. It's already here. Go ahead.
For I am come to set a man at variance.
So there's already going to be a variance, a difference of opinions and a difference of thought. Some people think vote or die. We got to vote to get out of our condition. It ain't happened. How long black people been voting? Since when?
60s.
Right? The 60s, the 50s? I don't know. I think we was voting for a long time before that. But black folk been voting for a long time and ain't nothing changed. We're getting killed more. We're getting killed more than ever before. So, and oppressed more than ever before. So there's going to be a difference of opinion there. Go ahead.
Variance against his father.
Right, but the variance that the word puts you at, one person is going to be in the right and one person is going to be in the wrong. Right. Bottom line. Yep. Now, what did Moses do? He said, if you're with the Lord, stand over here.
Right.
If you're with them wicked niggas, you go stand over there. And what happened? The earth swallowed up the ones that were at variance against the Most High. Okay. So you got to make the choice in yourself. What am I willing to sacrifice and give up? Like somebody had hit me up about going to the military.
Oh, yes, sir.
Somebody hit me up about going to the military. Now think about it. Any Israelite that knows that they're an Israelite and that believes, because it's not just about knowing, it's about believing and understanding there's more than one mission. But what's the will of the Father? For us to go fight in the enemy's war? For the enemy? No, you're already doing that. You don't have to go to Esau's military to fight in their war. You're already a part of the war. Right. Just in their workforce. You're like on their side in some way. So we have to do a better job of separating ourselves from all the agendas, from their military, from their work, from their voting ballots, voting in. What are you voting in? What are you voting in? You just voting in devils. Now they just come in different colors. They ain't all just pale, pasty, and red. Now they make them look like you. They got devils coming in looking like us.
Right.
Why? So that we can feel more comfortable with our vote.
Right.
Oh, let's get Kamala Harris. She looks like a black woman. Deep down, she's a raving Edomite, right? And then she's with an Edomite. So you think her agendas are going to line up? But we understand that the word, the wisdom is supposed to separate our minds from the common thought that, oh, go vote. Vote or die. Voting is going to change. Let's vote for change. Nigga, we've been voting for change. Come on. Yes, we can, right? Yes, we can what? What has yes, we can done for us? Go ahead, read on.
And the daughter against her mother.
Go ahead.
And the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law.
Go ahead.
And a man's foes shall be they of his own household.
And a man's foes shall be of your household. So these are the things that coming into the truth, coming into the wisdom, Ecclesiasticus 2 tells us there's going to be a temptation. There's going to be a temptation. What are you normally tempted by? The people around you.
Sure.
Right? To do their bidding. Now, you're saying, priest, last time my big sister forced me to vote when she worked for a politician in Jamaica. Hey, we all know that Jamaican politics is corrupt. PNP and who is that? Labor rights?
Labor rights.
And PNP. That's a whole other ball game. Jamaican politics is on a whole other level where, like,
you die. You
niggas literally die over politics in Jamaica.
They'll blow up your
communities go to war.
We were talking about the differences between Jamaica and the islands and America last night in class. I mean, I can see how you could be forced to vote in Jamaica.
I can see that.
I can see that because, I mean, that's a life and death thing. But
Right.
you still listen. You got to have the faith and the belief that if you understand that the Most High is for you, He'll find you a way to escape that. He said, with every temptation, He makes a way to escape. You see that? So there is a way out. There is a way to escape. It's just about having the wisdom and having the knowledge ready to be able to use it in that time. You know, so you were forced to do something against your will, you know, and you're asking what are the implications? Well, the person that forced, they're going to be the ones. They're going to be the ones that have to deal with whatever wrath the Most High brings. That's where you get grace and mercy. If you're asking, well, if you were forced to do something and you really, really didn't want to do it, and you just like a woman that gets raped, that's betrothed to a man, and she gets raped, and she cried out. What does the scripture say? That man's put to death. She's loosed. She's able to move forward, right? Because she really and truly didn't want to lay with that man. He's going to feel the judgment. She's going to get the pass. She's going to get grace and mercy. You see that? So there's many things that we've been forced to do against our will, just not knowing.
Yeah.
Just not knowing, but where we put the death for it? No, the Most High gave us grace. Right? He winked at our iniquities. Go there real quick. Go to, what is that, Acts 17 and 30? Go there real quick. Read on, finish where you at.
He that loveth father or mother more than me,
Right.
is not worthy of me.
Right. So, you know, and then it goes on and it goes into what we're supposed to be putting our trust in and where our alliances and allegiances should be. Read Acts 17 and verse 30.
The book of Acts, chapter 17, verse 30.
Go ahead.
And the times of this ignorance,
Right.
the Most High winked at.
Yeah, the Most High gave you a pass. He understood. Oh, okay, you were forced. If deep down in your spirit you didn't want to do that, but there was something that was compelling you to go against your spirit in you to not do it, and you felt threatened or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
The Most High is not going to be like, well, He's not going to judge you harshly for that. He said He's going to wink at those iniquities. Go ahead.
But now,
But what?
but now,
Go ahead.
commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
To do what?
But now commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
So what does that repenting mean? That means that to repent means to turn back. Right? Not a 360, but a 180. So that means you're supposed to separate yourself as much as possible from those type of people that are anyone that's trying to force you. The scriptures say, force not the course of the river, and be not excessive towards any. So you're supposed to make that separation and say, you know what? I don't want to be put in this situation ever again. Let me move myself, excuse myself from these, whatever people, my sister, my brother. Who are my sister? Who are my brethren?
Right. So in other words, come out of my people.
Come out of her, my people. Be not partakers of her sins. There's another one. He said, if you come out of her, I will receive you as sons. I'll be your father. Right? It's in Corinthians, I believe. But that's the mind that we're supposed to be coming away. The sword was supposed to cut you away from the fat. Cut all that filth away from you and separate you from all that nonsense. So, you were forced once. What is it? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Right? It shouldn't be. You should never give a person a second opportunity to put you in a position where you were forced to do anything. You gotta. But that's where people gotta make. That's where decision making. That's where faith. That's where understanding the will of the Most High. Understanding that. Who am I here to please? My parents, my family, or the Most High? Your family is going to put you in predicaments, man, to have to choose.
Right. That's right.
They're going to put you in predicaments. That's why go back to Matthew 10 real quick.
Yep.
Go back to Matthew 10 and finish reading from where you were reading.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 37.
Go ahead.
He that loveth father or mother more than me.
He that what?
Loveth father or mother.
It could be who is my mother? brothers, my brethren. Go ahead.
more than me,
Right.
is not worthy of me.
Yeah, you know why? Because you'll compromise the Most High's wisdom for the wisdom of your parents. So you automatically make yourself not worthy. It's not that he don't want you to be worthy, but you automatically, when you have to sit there and think like, man, well, if I don't go to Big Mama's house and, you know, gather for Thanksgiving, man, she's going to just be mad at me for the rest of the year. What do I do? Well, the Bible says don't do Thanksgiving, but Big Mama's going to be mad. Like, what the hell? Let her be mad then. She can't save you. All she did her job. She brought you into this world. Keep it moving. She can't save you. Keep it moving. Because you can't stand before Christ like, well, you know, Big Mama was about to be mad at me because I didn't eat her pork lace greens.
You know, and you know, if you want them to actually respect you, if you want them to actually respect you and actually be like, damn, he's adamant about this.
Yep.
The best thing for you to do is to not, if you know that they're doing wrong, is to not agree with them,
Right.
and not do it so that they can see the right example.
Yep.
So that they can see that you're not wishy-washy.
Right.
That's one. They can see that you're stable, and then they'll respect you.
Yeah.
It might take a year. It might take 2 years. It might take 3 years of you denying Thanksgiving and Christmas and the pork and all that. But after the 2-3 years, man, they're gonna get in their heads.
Yeah, it takes about 2 Christmases for your family to really realize, like, okay, he ain't messing with us. Because that cycle of 2 Christmases, that includes Thanksgiving, 2 of them. That includes a couple of birthdays.
And
You ain't showing
once
up.
you break one,
Oh yeah, it's a wrap. They already
a
look
wrap.
at you like,
Con.
you ungrateful nigga, right? But but look, the separation is being made. Go through 2 cycles of that, of missing New Year's, Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Bro, the first year you're gonna be the outcast. The second year they're gonna inquire. By the third year they're gonna respect what you're doing because they'll see the maturity in your spirit. They'll see and understand. Wait a minute, he ain't playing games.
Yep.
But you gotta. It's about. I gotta say this. It's about being consistent in your belief and not compromising yourself. You can't show up. It's like, I'm not gonna do Christmas. I'm not gonna do all the major stuff, but I'm gonna show up at this time where it might be. What's a good example?
I could use an example. That
Go,
happened
would
with
you,
me.
what? Go ahead.
So I had a family member that came from Jamaica for Thanksgiving,
Oh, right.
And-
I remember.
and I was busy the whole time.
It was your cousin, right?
Yeah, it's my cousin. I was busy the whole time, and it just so happened that the mall was closed on Thanksgiving. So it was like, do I go see her on Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
or do I, or do I not? And you know, my situation was I haven't seen her in like 10, 15 years. So it was like, what do you do? You know,
Well, what do you do?
what do you do? You
You
stand
just,
firm.
not saying you don't go see your family, but I'm not gonna go see you on Thanksgiving.
Yep.
I'll see you before. I could pick you up from the airport. I could drop you off.
Meet you at the
I
airport.
could come kick it with you later after. But I'm not gonna.
me?
I'm not. Or you come kick it with me.
Exactly.
But I'm not gonna go chill with you because then it's gonna give the other family well, you came and hung out when such and such came on this day. How come you don't hang out? Now all of a sudden you in a whole argument over where you should be and where you shouldn't be.
Yeah, I had a very, very similar, but more pressure situation. My uncle was hitting me up, and he was like, "Man, you need to come out for Thanksgiving. I'm gonna get you a plane ticket.
Ooh, you gonna pay for it.
I'm gonna get you and your wife a plane ticket
Ooh.
to come out here, and
Satan
so
knows
y'all
what you
can-
need.
Y'all can stay at my house."
Oh, because Satan will deliver everything to you. I'll give you the whole world if you bow.
He was giving everything,
Stay at the crib in Cali.
and then he
He's
says,
in Cali.
"Yeah, in Cali." Oh no, actually he's in Las Vegas.
Ooh, nice and hot.
He's in Las Vegas.
You can walk the strip. Oh yeah.
And I was like, he goes, so you coming for Thanksgiving next year? Because I'm gonna make sure that you got a way and that you got a place to stay. I'm gonna take care of everything so you can come to Thanksgiving.
No excuses.
No excuses.
Right. Because the reason why you haven't been showing up is because you ain't got no place to stay. Or you can't afford a plane ticket. Nah, bruh, it's because I don't celebrate that.
But look, this is what I told him.
Uh-huh.
I said, okay. I said, you know what? Cool, you can get that plane ticket. But if it lands anytime on the week of or on the day of Thanksgiving, bro, you just wasted your money.
Yep.
And then he was like, oh, really? You gonna do me like that? So you gonna do me like that, huh?
Yeah.
Huh? He sounded like he wanted to fight on the phone.
Yeah. But go there real quick. Go to Matthews.
Matthew chapter 13. No, Matthew chapter 12 and verse 50.
And this is what we got to understand. This is now you're going to get a better understanding and context of why Yahushua said this. Give me the other one in Luke where he said, hey, give me that one. Read.
Matthew chapter 12, verse 15.
Uh-huh.
But when Yahushua knew it, he withdrew himself from thence.
He did what?
Withdrew himself from thence.
Read.
And great multitudes followed him.
Right.
And he healed them all.
Right.
And charged them that they should not make him known.
Read.
That it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying,
Right.
Behold my servant, whom I have chosen, my beloved.
No, that's not the one I want.
That's
not
not
it.
50.
12.
Matthew chapter 12, verse 46.
Right. Go ahead.
While he yet talked to the people,
Right.
behold, his mother and his brethren stood without,
19. Go ahead.
desiring to speak with him.
Go ahead.
Then one said unto him,
Right.
Behold, thy mother and thy brethren stand without,
Yeah. Go ahead.
desiring to speak with thee.
Read.
Verse 48. But he answered and said unto him that told him, Who is my mother?
Who is what?
Who is my mother?
Hold that real quick. Go to Luke chapter 8 and verse 19. This is what I want.
Luke chapter 8, verse 19.
Read.
Then came to him his mother and his brethren, and could not come at him for the press.
Right.
And it was told him by certain which said,
Right.
Thy mother and thy brethren
Read.
stand without,
Go ahead.
desiring to see thee.
Read.
And he answered and said unto them, My mother
Read.
and my brethren
Uh-huh.
are these which hear the word of God.
So they hear the word, right? They hear the word, but go ahead.
And do it.
And what?
And do it.
And what?
And do
See,
it.
it was about, are they willing to do it? Or are they trying to hear it and be like, no, that ain't the Bible, and then pull you back to the nonsense? Now we understand why Yahushua said that he that hateth not mother, brother, sister, father is not worthy. It wasn't about you literally hating the people, your family, your mama, your papa. It was about you hating the things that they would represent and bring you back to. Right? You go back to that 1 Peter 3:18, where it said they promised them liberty, but they try to bring you back into bondage. It says you're brought back into bondage of those that you've overcame.
Yeah.
All of us in here have overcame our families and the mind state. But then think about it. As soon as you show up, yeah, for the pork laced greens, they taste so salty and good. What's in that? Pork. As soon as you show up for the birthday party, oh, just come get some cake, baby. That's all they meant. Just come get some cake. Just come get some pie. Right? Just come get a plate.
Exactly.
As soon as you just come get a plate, you've automatically fallen back, been brought back into slavery by the ones you overcame. So just getting a little bit more context and understanding of Matthew 10:35, this Luke, that other Matthews we just read in 12, right? Going right back into the Deuteronomy. Why, you didn't have to do these things if you weren't around the ones that were doing it. That's why he said, come from under them, be ye separate.
Right.
It wasn't just physical body. It wasn't just because you lived down the street and you wasn't messing with them. Mentally, you had to do a mental separation.
Yep.
Out of sight, out of mind.
That's true.
That's how I roll.
So?
It's almost, yeah. I roll like that, man. Out of sight, out of mind. Because I'm not sitting there thinking about what my mom is doing and what my pops is doing and what my cousins is doing over there. And I got cousins in Florida. They kicking it. And in Cali, what are they doing? Until they hit me up, hey, what's going on? And I'm like, oh, yeah, what's happening? How y'all doing? How's the kids? I entertain them. Hey, what you up to? You know what I'm up to? Bible class. Hey, we got a Zoom call with all the cousins. And I remember a couple of Sabbaths ago, they hit me. Like, we got a Zoom call with all the cousins. And I love my cousins. I love them. You know, I grew up with them. I love my cousins. I'll do whatever I can for them. They'll do what they can for me. They hit me up. Hey, we got a Zoom call. And we were doing all these Zoom calls throughout the whole pandemic, just keeping up, you know, letting the kids talk. And they hit me like on the Thursday, like, we got a Zoom call at 10 a.m. on Saturday. I was like, well, y'all know where I'm going to be at. Not on the Zoom call. I'm going to be on the YouTube. So if y'all want to say hi there, y'all can hop on, or y'all can do what y'all got to do. But nobody pressed me like, well, you know, we're all fat. Like, because they know what's up. Yeah. As soon as they start doing that to me, I go in. I go right up in them. I don't play games with my family. I don't. Yeah. You have to let them know where you stand and be serious. I go off. I go off on them, and they leave me the hell alone. And I'm like, you know what? That's one less argument. That's one less person I have to try to convince. That's one less fight. That's one less back and forth. That's the way I look at it. Some of y'all fight too much with your family. It's a lost damn cause. It's a lost cause. What you should be doing is working on your spirit. You fight with your family and don't even have enough to combat their foolishness. And they overtake you. How do they overtake you? Because they make you feel bad for what you do. They make you feel bad for learning the knowledge. They make you feel bad for not being around them. I could give a damn less about being around them. Whether I feel good when I am around my family, my immediate, my cousins, pops, I feel good seeing them. But I'm not going to beat myself up because I can't make a trip, or I can't make a family reunion, or I can't, I got a cousin that lives right down the damn street in Katy. I ain't never been to his house. In 5 years, I ain't never been to his house.
No, I got a cousin. I ain't never been to her house.
But I don't feel, but do I feel bad? No. No, I don't feel bad. I'm like, oh well, if it happens, it happens. If it don't, if I end up moving out of Texas and never be at your house, hey, oh well. It is what did he say? It is what it is. Right? This is my Trump. It is what it is. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. So don't feel bad. Don't let them make you feel bad, man. Put their hand up.
Right here.
Go ahead.
This was happening to me. It's still in Luke chapter 6, verse 22.
Right?
Blessed are ye when men shall hate you.
Go ahead.
And when they separate you from their company.
And when they do what?
Separate you from their company.
Hell yeah. Blessed are you. It says, blessed be the man that sitteth not with scorners. Right? That's Psalms, right? 1 and 1. The first book of Psalms tells you, blessed be the man that does sit not in the council of scorners. Go ahead. Read on.
And shall reproach you.
Right?
And cast out your name as evil.
You see that? Go ahead.
For man's sake.
Yeah, but some of y'all take it personal. Like you're not blessed for that. Like, man, my family, they coming down on me. Well, stop putting yourself in the way for them to come down on you. Right. Move the hell out the way and let them come down on each other. Right? Psalms chapter 1, verse 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. You'll be blessed. You'll be better off not being around the scornful, wicked, sinful family. Because guess what? You won't have to have them beating down your conscience and making you feel bad for not showing up to different events and family functions. Again, who are my mother and who are my brethren?
You know another thing too, man. When you got to seem like you're separated. You're the Most High. He separated you from your family.
Let me get this up.
He separated you from your friends, right? But you got to realize, man, like your mind and your mentality, knowing this truth and having this wisdom, it's on a whole nother level. You're not on their level no more. You're up here, they're here. So even when you go around them, the stuff they're talking about, you're gonna be like, garbage. You're like, man, I don't want to talk about this. Ooh. You're not gonna feel
so true.
You're not gonna feel with them anymore. The ones that you was close with, like that surface, because you'll see all they talk about is just surface level conversations every time. So even the news, when they look at the news, or they look at anything that's on TV or anything that's current in the media. They're sucked in by what they put on the media, and they believe and they follow that. So your whole viewpoint on the media and on the news is completely different than how they look at it.
Right.
So when you see them talking, and you're just gonna be like, "What?" You know, like, and then when you try to show them the right way, they're not gonna want to hear it. So even if you go around them, it's like you gotta see you messed up because one, now they don't respect you no more because you gave into what they wanted.
Yep.
But then I got you. But then when you do talk to them, it's gonna be like we don't have nothing to talk about because I'm up here and you're right here. I'm no longer right here with you. I'm up here, and I can't. I'll try to get you here, but you don't want to get here. Like the only way you would even feel good is if you got that one family member and they're like, "So tell me what you're dealing with," and then that's when you're like, "Oh, okay, I can show you something," and then that's when you'll be like, "Okay, yeah, we can talk, we can build on something other than just foolishness."
You know what's funny? My family now, I remember back 20 years ago, coming into the truth, and young firecracker, and you brought it, when you brought the truth to them, it wasn't in the most comely way. It was rough and rugged and jagged and fiery, and everything was ablaze, and everything was your wicked. But through the time, I've learned how to maneuver my way through conversations with them and show them certain things in the scriptures that they do see, but they're not understanding. Wait a minute, hold up. I'm looking at things from it's just perspectives, right? And I remember the last time we went out to the summit, me and Kazakia, in Florida, and I got a lot of family. I got two sisters out there, a brother, a couple of cousins, and we all got together and we was, I brought the kids and we was just hanging out, and I had the same very shirt on, and they already knew they already know what I'm into and this and that and that, and we start getting into these conversations. I remember I ended up doing a relationship counsel. It was like 3 couples. 3 of my cousins married. I'm sitting there counseling their husbands on how to be better husbands, right in front of them. But I remember during the conversation, we were talking for a while. They literally, they asked me for Hebrew names. They wanted Hebrew names. Think about that. They were like, because they were asking about names, and they were like, so what, they were like, what does your name mean in Hebrew? And I'm like, oh yeah, it means this. And they were like, man, and obviously they wanted it not because of why we would want Hebrew names, right? But they wanted Hebrew names because they wanted to feel a part of what I was doing. You see what I'm saying? Because, I got a little respect amongst my cousins. I'm an older cousin that I still keep a lot of communication with all my cousins and aunts and uncles. But they wanted Hebrew names, and it tripped me out. It bugged me out because I'm like, why? But looking back at it, they wanted to feel a part.
And you pulled them in.
Pull them in just by still keeping a little bit of connection, not letting them impose on me, standing firm, and then still being able to show them, wait a minute, this is what I'm dealing with. I'm not going to let you're like, they try to do the guilt trip back, like, you got to come to Florida and visit, and everybody's going to be there, and I'm like, if I can make it, I can make it. If not, I'm not. And I wouldn't trip on it. And if a way was open, I would go and visit. If not, I'm here. Right? And y'all never see me, oh, he's dipping out for a trip. Y'all never seen that. Y'all never heard that. Like, oh, where's Paul? Oh, he dipped out for a vacation. It was, oh, he ain't here. He's in VA, or he's in San Antonio, or he's doing something for the body. Right? So I had to teach those lessons to my family by not showing up to things purposefully. Purposefully, like, nah, I ain't showing up to that. I got to show y'all a lesson. My mom, same thing. I had to show her lessons like, nah, I'm not going to come visit you for 6 years. So you can understand, I ain't playing. I ain't playing with you so that when you come around, you know how to move around me. It's things like that where you have to make that initial sacrifice to reap the benefit of them conforming to you. Because what the hell is the point of you conforming to them? You might as well have not got the truth. Right? So let's go to 2 Corinthians real quick.
Oh, Samuel had something.
Now, I was just, from what you were saying, I have a cousin right now that's supposed to be in the truth.
Uh-huh.
And every time he called me, his conversation is garbage. Okay?
Yeah.
So when I started talking, and I told my realtor, I said, dear, you notice that every time Cliff called, and he started talking to him, and I started talking about the Most High, he got to do something. I mean, it's every time he called, he got to do something whenever I start talking about scriptures. Because he calling me talking about something, so I be saying, well, you got to remember this script, man, and let's go to this script, man. Then all of a sudden, man, I just got in, I got to go get a shower. Man, I got to go, my food on the stove.
Can I say one thing to that? What you have to develop is a way to bring what you're trying to bring to them without, hey, let's go to this scripture. Without going, that's how you got to develop a different method. He wants to hear it, but he don't want to go to the Bible. He's calling you, right? Or you call him, he picks up the phone?
Yeah, he calls.
Right. So it's about now, as you mature in the wisdom and the knowledge, your delivery and how things are delivered, it might have to change for different people, because it does. You got to change. Some people want to go right to the scriptures. Some people, they just want to hear a good old scripture in worldly terms. You see what I'm saying? They want to hear, oh, you know, no weapon formed against us is going to prosper. Damn, amen, brother. Right? They don't know where that's at in the Bible, but they feel like it's in there, and they want to hear it like that. So, you know, to get what you want, which is to get him taught, right? And to learn and be able to be on your level, sometimes you have to understand how to administer that milk to him.
Well, he knows better, too. That's the thing about it. Because, you know, he's been to class with him a couple of times.
Okay.
You know, so he
Wait, who is that?
Khalil, my tall cousin, real tall thing.
Okay. I think I remember. I remember.
Probably far, right?
Yeah, Laporte.
Laporte, right.
You know, and you know, like I said, every time he called, his conversation is not, it's real, in other words. And I just don't like conversation like that no more.
Yeah.
Period. You know,
Well, it don't do
I
nothing.
want to discuss it. You know.
Well, you have to, but see, it's little things that we can do to show our family we mean business. Like, okay, you don't want to have conversations with me about wisdom, knowledge, understanding. You don't want to. Not saying that they have to change because you want them to. One man plant, one man water, the Most High get an increase. We always have to understand that. But if they just blatantly, shutting you down, then I'm going to have to shut down things that you want me to do. Oh, I'm not going to, fishing? That ain't happening. No, or I'll go find somewhere else to fish. Or no, I can't fish today because I'm in class. Or, you know, you have to show them that what the Most High takes precedent over them. That's really what it boils down to.
Absolutely.
And he might say, damn, well, what's my cousin up to that he can't come spend time with me? Well, you know what? Let me go see what he's up to. Oh, class? Oh, it's getting serious. You know, your seriousness, man. Your seriousness got to be there. Read that scripture, 2 Corinthians 6:17. I think I want 6.
You know, just on the delivery,
Yeah,
one quick point on the delivery. You know, for some people, you definitely don't want to use the Bible all the time. And when I say that, what I mean is don't actually go to the scripture, but use the scripture in the conversation. You don't have to say Luke chapter 6, verse 35.
Yep.
But you could quote certain things in it without saying Luke 6 and 35.
Yeah, man, I was
it's
reading
like,
the scriptures. I was reading such and such and such and such.
It's like think about it. If you got a toddler or a kid, they don't want to take their medicine or they don't want to eat. You gotta
fly the airplane.
You gotta do something to get it in, and that's how it is. Like if they don't want to take their medicine, you gotta do something to get them to take their medicine.
It's no longer a spoon; it's an airplane.
Yeah.
Right? There's a train going in the tunnel. Open the tunnel. And then when they laugh, bow. You tricked me.
Damn right I tricked you.
Righteous deception.
So, God, I mean, that's just something I learned from actually having a kid. You know, you blend up your little juice. She don't want to drink the healthy juice, the greens. Then you know you pour You pour her something, and then she thinks she's getting that. You
God.
turn her head.
Yeah.
Tropical storm.
You turn her head, you switch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laura. Right, read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 17.
Read.
Wherefore, come out from among them.
Do what?
Come out from among them.
Yeah, he said come from among them. Stop trying to deal with them. Stop trying to get on their level. Stop thinking that you have to associate in any way with them. Everything you can do with people in the world, you can do with brothers and sisters in the truth.
That's right.
Everything.
And more.
Right? And more. It's just that there's a standard in the truth that you don't have to worry about in the world. That's the difference. Read.
And be ye separate.
Be what?
Be ye separate.
Right. Mentality. Be separate in the mind, in the way you think, in the way you move. Was Christ rolling around like the publicans and sinners? How the hell were you going to heal them if he was? He had to. Paul, was he rolling around like the publicans and sinners? He said, becoming all things to all men. As some breaking the law to men, but not to the Most High. Right? But to bring them out of their mire. If you're not out the mire yourself, you shouldn't be worried about trying to bring anybody else out. You should be worried about being stable, consistent. That way, when it's time for you to put your hand down and somebody grabs onto it, it's a sure grip. That way you ain't losing your grip. Like, I'm trying to save you. Oh, I'm losing my grip. But then you both fall. You supposed to, boom. You got your grip. Hey, come here, got you. Right? And you pulling them up. Not you. They pull you down. So you got to make sure your footing is sure. But how do you do that? You got to dip away from them for a moment. Think about it. A ninja. When a ninja wants to be a ninja, what does he got to go to? He got to go to the mountaintop with all the ninjas and be away from the world. He got to take a hiatus. Right? When, I don't care who it is. When a cat is putting together a dope album, what's he go bury himself in? The studio. When a basketball player wants to get his skills up, what's he doing for the summer? He's in that gym shooting.
It's like it's funny you mention that. It's like LeBron James. Usually when it's not the pandemic and it's the playoffs, he turns off all his phones, every outside contact that he has.
He's separate.
He separates it completely, and all he does is he focuses on that, and he reads books and all that.
He stabilizes his mind and roots his mind in what he has to deal with.
Yeah.
No one is going to be able to come and infiltrate and pull him into the media scrutiny. Right? Oh, you should have passed the ball, but you shot it. Ain't that always the thing with LeBron? You should have passed, but he shot. He should have shot, but he passed. They always hitting him on that. So what does he do? I'm going to block all that out because I got another game to play. We should be blocking all that out because we got another day to live. Right? Be ye separate. Go ahead.
Saith the Most High.
Yeah, because do you want to be blessed? Like, you want to be blessed? Do you? Con. Think about it, man. Think about how much you got into rolling with the wrong crowd. Trying to be attached. Oh, I'm just trying to be an example to such and such. But then they end up imposing on you. And you end up losing the blessing. You end up being cursed because of bad situation. Guilty by association. Read.
And touch not the unclean thing.
Yeah, you ain't supposed to touch the unclean thing. Especially when you barely getting your hands from the dirt off of it. Your fingertips are still muddy. You barely got your hands washed up. Don't touch the unclean thing. It's going to destroy the washing you're trying to do with yourself. Go ahead.
And I will receive you.
Don't you want to be received? I do. But you have to learn. See, these are part of the thing that you got to sacrifice, man. Sometimes you got to sacrifice that time with your family to build you. That way when you do get around your family, they're not making you feel crappy for not being around for Thanksgiving. Or being around because you missed somebody's 80th birthday. Or because you missed some gathering that hadn't, you missed the 5-year memorial service of somebody that died 10 years ago. Come on, man. You laughing because you know it's funny. Because brothers be getting caught up in stuff like that. Like, man, I don't know if I should go to the memorial. Like, how long they been memorializing this person? They've been dead 20 years. They gone. Right? Let them live in the memories. But they got us feeling bad for not being drawn into their arena because you have not stabilized and rooted yourself enough to understand who are my mother, who are my brethren, those that hear the word and that do the word.
That's right.
All right?
I'm sorry, but I don't feel bad.
Well, you shouldn't.
I don't.
You shouldn't. I know I don't. Let's move on. Let's jump back.
Oh, can I?
Oh, yeah, go yours. I'm sorry.
Somebody give me Exodus chapter 32 and verse 21.
God.
So, real quick, this is Exodus chapter 32, verse 21. This is after, Moses went up to the mountain and they made the calf. This is after Moses came down and broke the golden calf, stirred it, made the people drink it, right? Read verse 21.
The book of Exodus, chapter 32, verse 21.
Check this out. Go ahead.
And Moses said unto Aaron, what did this people unto thee?
Hold on, read that again.
What did this people unto thee?
See, you see what Moses asked Aaron? He asked Aaron, what did this people unto you? That's how it's going to be. When that time comes and you stand before the Most High going to be like, what did they do unto you? Because you knew better. The Most High didn't ask Aaron. I mean, Moses didn't go straight to Aaron. He was like, bro, what did you make this people do unto you? And that's what the Most High is going to do with y'all. If you go, you take that route, you take that same route. Most High going to be like, man, why did you let them do that to you? Go ahead.
That thou hast brought so great a sin upon them.
Because that's what you'll do. You'll bring a great sin on them. You try to show them the right way, but then you go and you partake in the very thing that you're trying to show them is wrong. That's like you trying to show your brother and your sister, man, stop smoking weed, but then you sitting there and tell them don't smoke weed, and they pass the blunt right to you and you smoke the weed. That don't make no sense. Read.
Verse 22.
Because when you got around them, you didn't tell them, hey, don't light that up around me.
Period.
If you want to be around me, don't light that up around me.
Right.
You see? But you let the contact high, right? It was like a person that danced. The weed smoke did this. Right up in your nostril. It was like that belly dancing.
They put that on cartoons.
And it went right up in your nose, and you were like,
put that on cartoons,
right? Yeah, that smoke seduce you with dances, right? And you sitting there like, yeah, brother, and the scriptures say, and you're like, oh, damn. Well, you like, what kind of strand is that? What is that? Is that Kush? You start inquiring where you should have said, listen, to be around in my presence, ain't no type of smoke happening. No weed smoke, no cigarette smoke. To be around me, we can't be trying to roll into Bissonnette, in the dark alleys of Bissonnette, trying to look.
You don't even got to be in the dark alleys.
Well, sometimes you got to drive on Bissonnette to get to certain places. Like, I got to get here. I'm not going to take no roundabout way. I don't need to. I'll drive right past, look, be disgusted, and know why you shouldn't deal with hoes. Right? Some brothers might have a temptation. Don't drive down Bissonnette. But I'm just saying.
I'm saying it's so bad. You don't have to be down a dark alley.
I see what yeah. They're just walking around naked. Yeah.
You come out your house and it's like,
yeah.
Hey.
Hi. Hey.
I don't mean
the hoes is waving at you on Bissonnette now. They waving you down. Hey. Right?
Like when you stop at a stoplight and they wipe your window?
Oh, they be wiping the window?
Yeah, you stop at a stoplight in Bissonnette.
Oh, shit.
They trying to flag you down?
Yeah, bro.
They put it in the news at one point saying that the prostitutes on Bissonnette were so aggressive they were scaring away customers. So like when you walk to Home Depot, they were like that. So when you drive through the parking lot, they're like, hey, trying to get in the car.
Damn, just opening the window and when you pull up to the Burger King to get something to eat, they just hop in. Damn. Anyway, you finished?
Nah, reverse.
That is hilarious.
22, go ahead.
Verse 22. And Aaron said, let not the anger of my Lord wax hot.
Go ahead.
Thou knowest the people, that they are set on mischief.
And this is what y'all got to understand, man, is that our people, they're set on mischief. So you can't go and expect, especially on a day like Thanksgiving or Christmas or birthdays or 4th of July or Halloween or Easter, you can't go and expect them to change. for you. You know what I'm saying? You got to show them the better example, and then when you show them the better example, over time, yeah, that the change might start to happen. Right. Jump down to verse 26, and I'm gonna get your question.
Verse 26. Then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said,
Go ahead.
Who is on the Most High side?
And this is what you got to ask yourself: are you on the Most High side or not? Go ahead.
Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him.
Go ahead.
And he said unto them, Thus saith Yahweh of Israel, Put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother.
Go ahead.
And every man his companion, and every man his neighbor.
So think about it. When Christ came, he said, I came not to send peace, but a sword. And he's going to bring that division, right? It's spiritual. It's spiritual now. But back then, Moses literally had us take a sword and go and kill that companion. You know why? Because that companion was the one that enticed you to follow the calf. You were like, I know he's gone, but I seen everything that he did. I seen everything he did for us when we were leaving Egypt. I want to stick with him. But your family members, your friends, your so-called companions, they were like, nah, let's make this calf. This calf is going to be here right now, right here, right now. We can see it. And they seduced you, and then you got seduced. So Moses came. Moses was like, let's make this separation. Because you know why? You know why Moses had them killed? Was because they weren't about serving the Most High. Right. So they were going to try to pull you and entice you into being just like them. So that's why Moses literally had them killed. And it's the same thing today. It's the same thing today, man. Think about it. They see you not. How come it's not like that with anything else in the world? It's not like when you were in the world doing all kinds of craziness, selling drugs, doing drugs. They didn't care like that to that level. Your whole family didn't stop talking to you because you was smoking weed, because you was selling drugs, because you got locked up, because you was committing crime. Your whole family didn't stop talking to you. But everybody wanted to separate themselves from you when you started implementing the word in your life. You start implementing pork, and now nobody wants to deal with you. What? But that's how you know it's real. That's how you know it's real. Hold on, Ronnie, before Ricardo had something.
Yesterday around midnight, I got a call from one of my cousins. So when I was in the valley, I grew up in the east side. That was our hood, right? And my family were the majority of the hood, which is big like that. So it was my cousin Samuel, my cousin Mark, my cousin Jacob, and then me, right? So it's just four of us. Now we have buku family. We have a lot of family, but it was us four individuals that were the problem solvers, were the muscle, were the ones who were bringing in the bread, were the ones who had the resume of the street that everybody else growing up or anybody who needed something done, right, they would call us four. Now, Marky, he got locked up. He's 27. He did 5 years when he was 19 to 23, and now he's locked up again. Jacob, he's 22, and he's doing a 5-piece right now. Sergio just got out, and he was telling me about it. He's gonna do a stretch, right? Me, separated from all this mischief, right? So Sergio gives me a call, loud, aggressive, bark, right? On July 14th, I had an uncle that passed away. He had 3 younger sons, a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 16-year-old, who my uncle was a full-blown diabetic, amputee, going blind, so on and so forth. They were there when they witnessed him pass away. There was so much political drama, mischievous drama within the family because things started getting stolen. Here say this happened, here say that happened, to where he gives me a call yesterday, and he said, yo, cousin, what's up? Real hard and real aggressive. He said, yo, cousin, what's up? Who you gonna come roll down up on? Who you gonna come down and box up? And I was like, what? Right? Again, 3 times he said, who you gonna come roll up on? Who you gonna box up? And this is, and speaking on family, right? Just a whole bunch of drama, a whole bunch of just whatever, right? And I was like, what are you talking about, right?
Yeah.
Now this goes back to like in the Deuteronomy 16, like on the judgment, right? Like hear everything, right? What's going on? Who's saying what? And I was like, cousin, what are you talking about? I didn't get heated, but it was just like that. You know what I'm saying? I watched last night's class and everything like that, so I'm just like, all right, okay. My rib is fluctuating. I'm like, all right, okay. So I get this call. I said, what are you talking about? He says, well, when Theo passed, things happened. And who'd you say? People say that you're gonna go come and shoot up people and whoa. I was like, all right, when did Theo pass? He was like, last month. What's today? The 22nd. I'm like, okay, so you're calling me a month later. What are you talking about? What's going on? Right? So now I'm like trying to control the whole conversation and really like, yo, calm down. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? Therefore, he goes on to say, he was like, yeah, here say this and here say that. And he's going in a circle for at least about 30 minutes. So after a while, understanding, he was like, man, I ran into homeboy Jay, I ran into this homeboy over here, and I remember it was just all of us, because I'm going through so much right now. I'm going through so much. And I remember when it was just you and I. You my homeboy. You my nigga. You my essay. Right? Remember we used to do all these things? Remember we used to go act a fool and you know, I'm giving the PG-13 of what he was saying. Right? But I was like, okay. So what is your point of you calling me though, cuzzo? Like, were you trying to fight or what are you trying to do? He was like, no, well, you know, they pull out a heavy hitter, they throw out your name. I was like, you know why they're doing that, cuzzo? I said, look, the four of us that we were talking about right now, all of us, me, you, and the other two cousins, we was the heavy hitters. Now, all these other people that are all about this mischief, all these other people that are all about this confusion, right when you get out of jail and everything like that, they want to throw you in the mix of something that happened a month ago. Of somebody, a family down there, I'm in Houston, I'm far out the way. You know, my uncle passed away, now I wasn't there. Did you go to the funeral? Yeah, I went to the funeral. I didn't. I was here, right? And I was like, you calling me from all these things like, yo, if you miss me, if you want to talk to me, call me. You don't need to call me aggressively like something's going on. He's like, oh man, that's why I'm calling you, because I didn't understand what was going on. I said, you know, if I was the man that I was before, if you would have called me like that, you know what I'm saying, something would have happened. But, you know, I'm on a whole nother level right now, to where after a while, taking control of the conversation, man, I was like, look, John 8:32, 17:17, 7:38, Deuteronomy 28. Oh man, I was with this girl, man. I was in the oil field and I got this girl, I got this whip, and then she took it. She took everything, and I'm just lost. I don't know what to do, cuzzo. I said, look, in Deuteronomy 28, you know, it talks about the brother having an evil eye to the brother. So, you know, we're delicate with each other. I'm speaking to you calmly because I love you. You're my cousin, man. I'll get to share this word with you. Yo, praise God, bro. Praise God, I get to share this word with you. So now what happened is, people, you come out of jail, people want all this confusion because you were just saying, like, we're doing the word of the Most High. Like, now they're, like, trying to stir up some things that need not to be stirred up. I said, now you're going to have an evil eye. You have an evil eye towards your brother and everything like that. And then going down to, like, all this women, the woman of your bosom is going to be, like, have secret things against you. He was just like, whoa, oh, man, yada, yada, yada. And then, you know, after that, I was like, look, you know what you need to do? If you about it, come up here. Come up here. I'm in the word, bro. Come up here. Oh man, you know what? I got stuff I gotta handle. Yada yada yada. I was like, all right. But it was just crazy. That was my night.
That's why the scriptures say be separate. You ain't gotta deal with all that trauma. What's up?
Read this precept. John chapter 15, verse 18.
Go ahead.
If the world hate you, ye know that it hated me before it hated you. If ye were of the world would love its own. But because ye are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you.
That explains itself. Explains itself. Come on, let's jump back. trying to get up out of here. Let's jump back.
Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 13, I believe. Right? 17?
Yeah, 17.
17, verse 19. There we go. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment, to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. Chapter 18, verse 1. The priests, the Levites, and all the tribe of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of the Lord made by fire and his inheritance. Therefore shall they have no inheritance among their brethren.
Right, so if you thought we just burned up a bunch of meat and wasted it, it's not what happened. All the offerings, that's why they had to be lawful offerings. That's not. Think about this. Yahweh Shai, they did the Passover, they did things like that. We still offer to the priests. Even in Yahweh Shai's time, were we offering up pork? Nah. They weren't taking pork and shrimp and crab and lobster as an offering. It was lawful. Go ahead.
As he hath said unto them, verse 3, and this shall be the priest's due from the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep, and they shall give unto the priest the shoulder, and the 2 cheeks, and the maw, the first fruit also of thy corn, of thine wine, and thine oil, and the first of the fleece of thy sheep shalt thou give him. For the Lord thy God has chosen him out of all thy tribes to stand, to minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. And if a Levite come from any of thy gates out of all Israel, where he sojourned, and come with all the desire of his mind unto the place which the Lord shall choose, then he shall minister in the name of the Lord his God, and all his brethren the Levites do, as all his brethren the Levites do, which stand therefore before the Lord. They shall have like portions to eat, beside that which cometh of the sale of his patrimony. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. Thou shalt not be found among you any one that maketh his son, nor his daughter, pass through the fire, or that useth divination.
What's that fire?
Molech.
But what is it? Dum.
It's when they offer a sacrifice, when they put the baby on the kids.
But what is it? Y'all are not telling me what it is. Y'all are telling me how it's done. What is it?
Sacrifice to Satan.
You're telling me how it's done, but what is it? I want y'all to think a little bit. Okay, how do you pass your children through the fire now? What is it?
When you're teaching them your wickedness.
Right. Or when you teach them your wickedness, yes. Or basically it's anything against what the scriptures say. Any type of mind state against the scriptures, you literally are sacrificing their mind. Nobody's throwing their children on hot coals these days, right? But you're searing their conscience with the wrong things. So that's what it's going into. Remember, everything is spiritual. So even the evil,
Teach them
we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities in high places that exalt itself against the Most High. rulers of the dark world, things like that. So think about it. The fire, you're sacrificing your children's minds, man. We talked about the kids. We went into that kids class the other day for the children. A lot of that is parental doing. A lot of the way that the kids think, it's the parents not tying up the loose ends. It's the parents. The kids see the kids see the breach in the communication between the two parents, or the kids pick up on, because kids love to pick up on, like, it says foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. Why? Because they can pick up on the foolish things real quickly, and they want to reenact it, or they use it. They can pick up on the variance between two parties, and they know who to side with. They know how to go to one side and get one thing, and go to the other side and get another. So a lot of the times, man, it's the parents thinking like, oh no, well I'm teaching my kids, actively teaching them, but you're subconsciously teaching them something else, because they're looking at wives, how you deal with husbands, how you deal with your wives. They pick up on disrespect. That's why when your kids turn 1, 2 years old and they start developing their personality and they start being rude, you're like, I didn't teach them that. Yeah, you did. You definitely taught them that, because subconsciously the way you moved for their whole 2-year life towards your husband, that's what they picked up on. That's what they hearkened on. They didn't sit there and care about how many meals you cooked or how many garments you sewed. They didn't give a damn about that. They looked at how you caught an attitude when things were said to you, how you got disrespectful, how you got, what do they say, sassy. They look at that, how you sassed your husband. That's what they pick up on. Your sons, they don't pick up on how well you salute and how powerful it is. They look at how you handle things with your emotions. Like, does dad get emotional? Oh, well, I'm gonna get emotional. Does dad get angry? I'm gonna be angry too. Is dad moving around effeminate? I'm gonna be effeminate too, because that's how he does things. Right? Yeah, he salutes powerful. Right? But does he get angry over every little thing? They look at that. Yeah. So we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful, man, passing our kids through the fire, burning up their conscience, sealing it. Scripture says the conscience is sealed with a hot iron. It gotta be sealed in righteousness, not in all the other things that destroy the house, destroy the relationships. Go ahead.
One thing I was going to say on that too is one thing that we got to remember is, you can't like turn on and off the truth. Like, you can't turn off the truth when you're, like, right now we're all in class, right? You can't turn off the truth when you go home and be like, I had to take the garment off. I get to put on some shorts. You know what I'm saying? I get to relax. Of course, not saying you can't do that, but what I mean by that is, like, you always got to be on your P's and Q's, because especially if you got children, especially if you got people underneath you, you don't want them to ever see your bad example. And especially kids, because kids pick up stuff subconsciously. That's why in the Disney cartoons, everything is sexual. And you as an adult, you don't realize it, but then your kid picks up everything. You know what I mean? I was looking at my baby, and I'm talking to her, and she's just, it's like, when you talk to them, it's weird. They look at your mouth. They look at your mouth talking. Sometimes they don't look at your eyes. But, in watching her, I'm like, damn, yeah, you look at everything. Whereas us, we're adults, we just look at the eyes and we understand.
Matrix download.
But the kids, their minds is developing and they're learning. So they look and they watch everything.
Of course, that's it.
Everything. So, just a reminder, man, you can't turn off and then turn on the truth. Especially if you got kids, you got to be aware of everything. That little Dorito thing that I talked about, that was me yesterday. And I'm sitting here like, damn, I can't. You want the Dorito? I'm trying to feed you good food, but you want the Doritos. How can I tell you don't eat Doritos when I'm sitting here eating the Doritos? So every time she would go to her room, I'm like, but the Doritos make noise. so she come running out, like, can I get a Dorito? But you know, something like that, I'm like, oh man, see, I can't even.
That's when you crush the Doritos and you just.
Well, you can't. When you
follow the bag.
You can't do that though. Now with a bowl, you want to scoop it.
When you got a million teen kids, you got to know how to sneak certain snacks.
God. But you know, I'm
become
just
an expert.
I'm just using that with the Dorito though. You know what I'm saying? It's that's one that's easy to see, but there's a lot of other things that's not as easy to see, and a lot of other things that you don't realize that you're doing or that you have done that they already done picked up on it.
And all you got to do is look at them. It'll tell you. They'll look at them young, and they'll tell you how you roll. I look at my son to understand, okay, I'm getting I'm too aggressive on certain things because his aggression be up there. I'm like, why does this do so? It's funny. Last night when I was in like the middle of my abyss, like halfway sleep, halfway not, I was thinking about him, and I was like, man, I was thinking about both my sons, and I was like, you know, this guy is aggressive, and like where'd he get? And I'm like, well, I'm aggressive. But then he's aggressive sometimes in the wrong moment. And I'm like, he doesn't know how to calculate his aggression. And he doesn't know where to place it. It's misplaced aggression and emotion. So I always gotta look at him and say, okay, let me watch what I'm doing, because boy, oh boy, they be picking up things.
Your mind's a sponge.
Bro, they hear things. It's like, how did you hear that?
Right.
They repeat things. It's like, when did I say that? You gotta go back, and they'll tell you when you said it. Yeah, because you were talking to such and such. It's like, dang, you knew who I was talking to. You gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful. You know, it's just certain little things that. Think about this. I look at it like this. Kazak said this during one of his classes. He was talking about his son, the youngest one, and he told his ribs, he's like, we're not going to teach him no. We're going to teach him la. We're not going to teach him hi and bye. We're just going to teach him shalom. Right? First. I'm not saying that he'll never learn no. He got to learn English. He lives here. Right? But think about it. The things that, why would you teach your children the things that you're trying to unlearn? Like, would a woman run around the house in pum-pum shorts if you're trying to show your child to be righteous? No, right? No, you wouldn't, because then you have to reverse that thought anyway. So why pass them through that fire just to bring them back through the fire? You put them through a fire of doing wrong, and you got to blaze them again to get them back to doing right. You got to purge that off of them. It's like, just don't do the first thing and just do the second. Just hold yourself accountable, and then they'll be accountable. You know, and it's in every little thing. I know y'all are, well, so I can't be comfortable in the house? Hell yeah, you can. There's a comfortable righteousness. You could be comfortable and be righteous and still hold a standard, right? But why show your kids certain things and then they do it, and then what makes it hard is when you have to separate. When you're at house, you can wear the booty shorts, but when you're out, you can't. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. What do they want to do? They want to wear the booty shorts everywhere, right? They want to be niggerish everywhere. Like, you can't give a child an option. That's the thing. Just like Israel, right? We're a bunch of children. We got an option, and we chose to be, like you said, I want to be an Israelite in class, but when I get home, I'm not an Israelite. You still got to be an Israelite. You still got to operate with a standard. You know, you still have to do, like me. I wouldn't walk. I don't walk around the streets with a shirt off, right? And I try very minimally to walk around my house without a shirt. Got girls in there, little kids, right? Little girls. And so I'm like, I see him, he hops about the bed, he tries to come downstairs, bro, go get a shirt. Go get a shirt. You don't see me rolling around without a shirt on. That's not how we move. You know, you don't want your sisters to see you like that. Right? So just showing him that. But if I was doing it all the time, like, I'm not perfect, so there's times where you got to run out the room real fast and you ain't got no shirt on. I mean, you know, it happens. But I tried in my mind to say, you know what, let me make sure that I'm covered. So that they can see that, they can see it, he can see it, and move in that way. Because then what's going to stop him if he he at the house with no team shirt off, right? Hashtag team shirt off at the house. What's going to stop him from being just like anybody else in the street, rolling around with his shirt off, nipples out, big belly out? And what's going to separate him from the world? You see what I'm saying? So it got to start at home, but then it starts at home so they can carry it outside. Whatever they learn at home, they're going to carry it outside. We always got to remember that. So passing them through that fire, yeah, it ain't just abortions. We got to think more deeper and a broader scale. It ain't just abortions. It ain't just that. We understand the physical implications that, yeah, abortions, sacrificing your children, but what about your children's minds being sacrificed? That's a level of passing them through the fire we got to think about here. What about the ones that haven't been aborted that still are given to the world?
Yeah.
And the ways of the world, they've been passed through the fire. And then you trying to pass them back through a different type of fire, that righteous fire, to burn those things that you gave them off of them? Does that make sense?
Man.
It don't make sense, right? So we got to do better at not giving them the things that we're going to end up taking from them anyway. Why give a child a pacifier if in 6 months you're going to take it from them and put him through torment? You might as well never introduce the idea, right? Right. Why? It's certain things. It's certain things that you don't do for children or people in general just to have to take it from them. It's like you should never introduce the idea. It's going to be harder to break a habit. It's hard to break habit. Right? So they say, oh, it takes the amount of time to break a habit that it does to create a habit. Hell nah. It's harder to break a habit. Because it didn't take you 21 days to learn how to smoke a cigarette. One puff and you were like, oh, I'm in. Oh, I love this. Damn. I like the way this makes me feel. One puff. It didn't take 21 days to learn how to smoke. After 3 puffs and your lungs got acclimated, you were like, oh yeah, I know how to hold the smoke in. I can hold it in for 20 seconds. I know how to blow out smoke rings after the 5th day. But they tell a person to get up off cigarettes. Well, they're going to go through days and weeks. You got people trying to quit cigarettes for years. But if they would have never learned, yeah, they would have. But if they would have never learned, they would have never fell into that habit.
Absolutely.
So even with our kids, little things, don't give them what you're going to take from them anyway. A lot of it is us, man. Let's jump back.
Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 10.
Uh-huh.
There shall not be among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter pass through the fire.
Right.
Or that use divination.
Right.
Or an observer of times.
Uh-huh.
Or an enchanter. Or a witch. Or a charmer.
Uh-huh.
Or a consulter with familiar spirits.
All these things, man. You know what's funny? I was watching, I was tapping back into my nostalgia, my childhood, and I was watching He-Man.
That's on
Right?
Netflix,
It's on Netflix and Hulu and Thunder. No, not He-Man. No. I was watching Thundercats.
Okay.
Oh! Right?
Thundercats.
Sort of omens, and he just give me sight beyond sight, and I'm like, damn, it's the wisdom, right? The wisdom does that, right? When you start watching it, it's funny when you watch it in the mind of the biblical lens.
That's true.
You're like, whoa! I can see why all the people my age are into Egyptology. I can see it. Mum-Ra. Mum-Ra was a mummy from Egypt.
Yeah.
They flew to a galaxy. They flew to Earth. When the mutants were flying their ship trying to find a lair, they were flying over Egypt, and you see the Sphinx. You see all the temples and the pyramids, and they were like, man, there's this one pyramid way out, and it was Mum-Ra. He was a mummy. Mum-Ra. Ra is the god, right? The god of the Egyptians, and he had all these powers, right? And you look at all the things that they were, and I was like, damn, they were introducing us right into Egyptology in the 80s.
Yeah.
They were introducing us because, I mean, let's be real, the Thundercats were white people. Right? He-Man, Lionel looked like, he looked like He-Man and all the other white superheroes. They called him a superhero.
Wearing a onesie.
Yeah, wearing a onesie with no definition. They all had the same shape. It was crazy. But even that, before they became the Thundercats, they were all walking around butt-ass naked.
They were.
He had to give them clothes.
Yeah.
oh boy, the dude, the one that died, he gave them clothes. He was like, you guys are gonna need clothes for these new place that you're gonna be on. And I'm like, they had them walking around naked?
Wow.
Just with no, like, Panther was out, nipples out? Yeah. Damn, they covered her up after. I was like, this is weird. I'm sitting here watching it, and I'm like,
As a cartoon?
it's a cartoon. But you think nothing of it. It's the 80s. It's it's Thundercats. Oh, like you get hype. You hear that music, that 80s, the same music they would play with the Incredible Hulk when he start getting upset. Yeah, and it penetrates, and you like, oh, especially when you're young, right? You can't wait for him to pull the sword out. Like, damn, what is he gonna call the other? But the whole time, bro, they was hitting you with Egyptology. They was hitting you with Mum-Ra was more powerful than all of them, and that's where the power came from. He was a god. He can transform from human to God, and they were hitting you with this at his age. I was his age. I was younger than 7. Might have been like 5 or 7, something. I remember it though. I used to watch the hell out of that. I might have been 7. But they were hitting you with Egyptology. So now I'm like, oh, that's why y'all niggas want to be Kemet. Y'all were all watching Thundercats. I need to dive into He-Man and see what filth they was hitting us with in that. He-Man and
sorcery and all that.
Yeah, witchcraft, sorcery. They were giving that to our children, and then all it is, when you go now into the 2000s, you got Bewitched, Witches of Waverly Place, Charmed. Who else? All them Disney shows, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, all them Disney shows was about witchery and sorcery and witchcraft and magic.
Especially
Harry Potter, I Dream of Genie, Bewitched, all these things for the kids was about witchery, but the Bible is telling you shouldn't even associate with that. But why do they pass that to our children? Because how do we defer them away from the Most High and let them start worshiping other gods early? Oh, now they got to walk around with their magic wand, doing abracadabras, and they teach them that.
You know what's funny? They did that, and they ushered in this new generation. Because now you have the new generation of cartoons where you look at Teen Titans, and the chick on there, Raven, she's literally the daughter of Satan.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? And she does magic, and she does all kinds of things, and she can call her pops the devil, and he'll come. And your child is sitting there watching that, and you ain't thinking nothing of it.
Yeah.
But how could they get something like that to pass and put it on TV? Because they slowly chipped away and broke that little moral standard if America ever had one. Right. Mm-hmm. And they just broke it where now they could just be more vulgar and more out there with whatever they're putting on TV.
Yeah.
So.
And what's his name was black? Panther?
Yeah.
He was definitely black. He was played. He was played. Is actually the dude that voiced his voice was Bill Cosby's dad on the Huxtables. Yeah, the guy that played Bill Cosby's dad, like Russell Huxtable. He was the voice. I mean, no, he was a black dude. You could tell by the way they made his character. Yep. He was the muscle. He was the one that everybody's fighting and battling, and he would just come and lift the whole car and toss everybody off recklessly, even his own people, and then be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I picked that up." He just came and grabbed the whole car when they were on it and tossed them all off. And then he had to apologize to Lionel, like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Did you guys get hurt?" He was the brute nigga, right? The one that disappears, he was the intellectual. Right? He was the one that built the whole Thundercat lair, and he built the little car, and he was the one that knew everything in and out about the technology. He was smart.
So you also got to see that with
he even looks like a Judite. They got him with the Negro features, wide nose having, breathing up all the white man's hair.
But you got to see He-Man and Thundercats. You have to get the power was through the sword.
Right, but that's what they tell you. They put power in an inanimate object, like a sword, like a wand, right? Like the stars, and this is supposed to give you wisdom, sight beyond sight. And there was one scene he was like, "Give me sight beyond sight," and he did this. and it showed what he saw, and they were directly in front of him, ready to whoop his ass. I was like, well, your sight didn't come fast enough. A wise man, but where do they get that from? A wise man foreseeth the evil. They're trying to foresee evil through a weapon, through a sword, and that's what they give to the kids. Like, the only way to get wisdom is through your guns and your weaponry. Yep. You got to see, man, you got to go back to all these old shows that we used to love. Moesha, and that's what I've been on, like the old shows. Seinfeld, and that's old grown-up stuff. But I watched like the older shows just to see what was being subconsciously placed into my psyche. What was being put in me at a young age to where I developed certain things about myself that, you know, were worldly or just weren't scripturally. You know, and you got to do it. And now I can do it and not be swayed by those things because I'm looking at things through a different lens.
Mighty Max.
Mighty Max, I remember that. Mighty Max. I remember it, but I don't. Like Punky Brewster and all that. Anyway, Punky Brewster. Anyway, go ahead. Let's finish it up.
Or a wizard, or a necromancer. Verse 12. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Most High. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God.
All right, we're going to get the next reader up. And you know what I like about verse 12? It says, because of all these abominations, the Most High drove these nations out from among us, right? So think about it. Why? When you look at the scripture, you can see why the Most High made that separation. Because at the end of the day, He's the one that drove you out from those people that you thought you were close to.
That's true.
He drove them out because they were abominations unto Him.
And like I think didn't we talk about last week how when they went into a city to destroy it, they were supposed to destroy like everything, the temple, everything that they worshipped.
Yeah. So you wouldn't be swayed and seduced and inquire like how do these nations see. Now we don't have to inquire like the scriptures say. Don't ask how these nations serve their gods. We don't have to ask. You know why? Because again, they program right into Disney how these nations serve their gods. They program, stop doing that to the shirt. They program right into the cartoons how to be an Egyptologist, how to be a witch, how to be a diviner, how to conjure up spirits. Oh, just get you a Ouija board. How to be a medium, how to be a white witch. It's all in kids programming, so you don't have to ask no more. All you gotta do is turn on Netflix. Yep. All you gotta do is watch cartoons, man, and they got you.
Just like Family Guy, what's that other one?
I love Family Guy.
American Dad.
American Dad.
Simpsons.
South Park.
The Cleveland Show.
They're busting out everything.
Because they're all made by the same people. Simpsons.
They put stuff in them cartoons. They make it in this joke.
Oh yeah, but
like I see, Family Guy. I think it's Family Guy. One of them other Simpsons. Yes. The guy asked me to say, "Y'all got a cure for cancer? How y'all cure the people?" And they said, "You're not in the business of curing people. You're in the business of making money."
Yeah.
They make a joke of
they make a joke, but it's true. Oh, listen, I was watching Everybody Hates Chris the other day. Justice will tell you, me and her were watching Everybody Hates Chris, right? It's Chris Rock's whole like take on his life. And it's an older show, came out like in the early 2000s. And the white boy that always beats up Chris, every day he would just walk up to him, "What's up, nigger?" But he wouldn't call him a nigger. He would call him like chocolate drop or Kool-Aid stain or something real derogatory, right? And punch him in the face, knock him out. But Chris was sitting down and he did something. And the white boy, I should have recorded it. I can always go back to it. The white boy walked by Chris and said, "Why you gotta lie like Esau?" Bro. Wow. Me and her sat there and rewinded it, and we looked at each other like, she looked at me, I looked at Justice, where you at? Right? She looked at me, I looked at her, and I was like, hold up. I grabbed the remote, rewinded it. I was like, what? And I had the captions on. It didn't say Esau, it spelled the name out wrong. I rewinded it again, I'm like, what? I like Esau. Like, oh, see, they telling you all. Yep. They slid it in, like he said it so smooth. He said it so smooth.
Oh, man.
I should have recorded it, man. Usually I record stuff like that. He was like, why you gotta lie like Esau? And just kept walking. I was like, damn.
Wow.
Dang. You know, it's crazy. It's in the programming. It's there, little tidbits for you to grasp onto. But, you know, what are you watching television for? Like, I mean, let's be real. I'm not no superhero. I like to be entertained. It's hard, though. It's hard for me to be entertained with TV. We were watching Dennis the Menace with the kids. We had like a little movie night with the kids. And I'm sitting here watching this show, and I'm like, damn, this is racist as hell. I'm like, they're racist as a mug. Ain't no black kids around. Like, this is a white, wholesome neighborhood. Right? And I'm looking at all the little dynamics of the show, and I'm like, dang, this is what they feed the kids. Be bad as hell. Be annoying. Be this. Be that. Like, take things, like, the way I look at things now, it's not as objective as it once was, and it's not as entertaining. Where I'll still be entertained, but I'm like, what's the message? Dang, that's wild. They put that in there. Damn, that's crazy. They put that in there. Damn, they let that slide. Damn, they put is this a kid show? Like, that's where my mind is now on everything. You know, so again, you know, just got to be careful what the kids watch. It's hard because no matter what they watch, there's something. No matter what, you think it's a kid show, they talking about sex.
That's right.
They're introducing and the little pig, eat the little piggy, and pork chops, and there's always a Christmas episode to whatever show has episodes.
Right.
There's always a Christmas episode. There's always a Thanksgiving episode. Somebody's always celebrating a birthday. They're always promoting the things that we don't promote, that the Bible don't promote. So no matter what it is, it's hard. Unless we start making our own damn cartoons, which there are some. You know, you got the little Hebrews, and I think IUIC does a cartoon, and whatever the case may be. But it's hard to just let your kids sit down and watch TV because every little thing has to be scrutinized.
Yeah.
You know, but like the scripture said, don't take them out the world, but strengthen them in the world. That's what you got to do. You got to let them see things and say, hey, you know we don't do that, right? Let them act. You know, how come we don't do? Well, we don't do Christmas because this is why. You got to show them in the moment. Any questions before we move on? No. Go ahead. Oh.
Shama'ala. Shabbat Shal. Yehodah. Ban Yasharala.
Shammai Allah, Shabbat Shal, Yehodah, Ban Yasharala. Men of Israel, I imagine. Barak.
Yehodah Shema Shabbat
Yahweh Shem Yahshua
I get that name.
Shammai Allah.
Shamayala.
Shammai Allah.
You know,
Shammai Allah. The Most High will hear.
you know,
Shammai is listen.
you know,
Allah,
since
Most High.
we on the topic of like the TV programmer, right? You know, us as men, one thing that we gotta watch out for, especially if you watch sports, is one thing that they like to tap on, that they like to tap into when it comes to sports for men, is the emotional side, right? And if y'all watch ESPN at any time now, and you see them interview a player, you'll always hear that player. I guarantee you, they'll be like, it was such an emotional game.
Yeah.
It was just so emotional.
Yeah.
The game, I mean, it was just so emotional, you know.
Maybe it's basketball. What are you talking about?
What is there to be emotional about? But I guarantee y'all, man, y'all can't watch ESPN and not watch an interview with one of these players after the game or before the game where they're like, where they don't mention how they were emotional, how the game was just so emotional, you know.
Right.
So yeah, there's something to look out for. Oh no, you're gonna do this one.
Well, hold on real quick. Deuteronomy 18:11. Are we there yet?
18:11.
Right.
We already ran through it.
Right. It says It says Deuteronomy 18:11. Let's clear something up. Or a charmer or a consulter with familiar spirits. What is it talking about? Familiar spirits.
People who conjure dead people.
They conjure up dead. It's talking about medians. You know what a median is?
There's another word. Like those people that touch your palm readers and stuff like that.
Well,
you
don't-
kind of went through with the Ouija board.
Well, the palm readers, they try to predict your future. The Ouija board is to conjure up dead spirits.
Right.
They call them medians. They call them a consulter with familiar spirits. Like who name one man in history in the Bible that went and tried to get somebody to consult on his behalf? Abadiah.
It was Saul.
It was Saul, right? He went to go conjure up the spirit of was it Samuel? Right. Try to conjure up this dead spirit. So that's what that's talking about. 2 Corinthians 5:8 says to be absent. Right, to be absent. Let's go to 2 Corinthians 5:8. There's a difference here. Paul was talking about something totally different. It had nothing to do with consulting with familiar spirits. Let's just make sure we got this clear. 2 Corinthians 5. Let's start at. You got to understand what he's talking about. This had nothing to do with conjuring up the dead, or else Paul would be a lawbreaker. Right. 2 Corinthians 5.
What's up?
I mean, let's see here. Let's start at what verse did he say? 5 and 8, right? Right.
2 Corinthians.
Hold on. Start at verse 6.
2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 6.
Go ahead.
Therefore, we are always confident, knowing that whilst we are at home in the body,
right,
we are absent from the Most High.
At home in the body, meaning what? You're here in the earthly tabernacle. You're at home in this body, right? Because when you read verse 1, for we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle were dissolved, we have a building of the Most High. So he's given the parallels between the flesh and the spiritual realm. Not us going and conjuring up spirits, but us actually being in the spirit. If you die, if this body is dissolved, right? If my earthly flesh is dissolved, the skin worms eat my flesh, like Job said. When you die, where does your spirit go? Right. The scripture said in Ecclesiasticus, right? It says your flesh goes to the dirt, your spirit goes to the Most High who created it.
Right.
Ecclesiastes 12:7, right? Go ahead, read on.
We are absent from the Lord.
Right. So it says, therefore we are always confident, knowing that whilst we are at home in the body, here on earth in this tabernacle, we are absent from the Lord, meaning that we're not in the spiritual realm. Go ahead.
For we walk by faith, not by sight.
Read on.
We are confident, I say, and willing rather to be absent from the body.
Right. He said we're willing, like Paul said, I'd rather be with the Most High, but it's better for me to be here with you. Right? Why? Because don't we all rather be in the damn spirit? Not having to deal. Watch. Go to verse 2.
For in this we groan, earnestly desiring to be clothed upon with our house which is from heaven.
Yeah, we earnestly groan to be in that spiritual form, in the spiritual realm, with the Most High, man. Who earnestly groans to be in the flesh? No, bro. No, I don't. It's, oh, wretched man that I am, who is going to deliver me from this body of death? Why? Because the battle that the flesh creates between the spirit, this is what he was going back to. So he wasn't talking about what Deuteronomy 18 was talking about. Deuteronomy 18 was talking about men trying to conjure up those spirits from the fourth, being here on earth, where Paul was talking about us going to the fourth, going to the spiritual realm, dying, earth, your body being dissolved, and dying and being with the Father in the spirit. Right? Watch. How do we know he was talking about the body? Go back to verse 9.
Wherefore we labor that.
First, let them know where you at.
2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 9. Wherefore we labor, that whether present or absent, we may be accepted of him.
Right, okay, and let me finish reading this. Hold on, let me finish reading there, because they put a part 2. It says, absent from the body is to be present with the Lord, which seems to suggest that once dead, we are incapable of walking around as ghosts. Well, we don't walk around as ghosts. It's not what we've been taught that spirits just float like ghosts, the ghosts of Waverly Way. They just floating through class. Like you got the chills and all of a sudden, oh, that's a ghost. That's mysticism and spookiness. That's why you have to go to mediums and diviners and soothsayers, because they're conjuring up these spirits to bring them into, right? A man's ghost, a man's spirit. Now, there are spirits that float, like evil, hatred, envy. Those spirits do float around, right? But like the spirit of Moses ain't just flowing through the class. At the time, why did Saul have to go get that spirit of Samuel conjured up and called from the fourth? Because that spirit wasn't there. He had to go call that from the fourth. Where was Samuel?
He was in heaven.
He was in the fourth dimension, right? When Moses appeared with
Abraham.
Was it Abraham to Yahushai?
Yes.
Where did those spirits come from?
The
The fourth dimension, right? Abraham's bosom.
Right.
Yeah, those spirits, they were sent forth from there, but Moses' spirit ain't just walking through earth. Abraham's spirit ain't just floating through ISBHPK or just floating down this and that. Even Samuel, that spirit had to be in some negative, filthy way, because it's not the way that the Most High want. They have to conjure up that spirit. You see that? So, yeah, you're right. Our spirit, it goes to the fourth. And all you have to do is go back to the classes we did on Hades, on reincarnation or regeneration. The class we did on Hades, talking about the neighborhood of hell and the good habitation and the bad habitation. When your spirit goes to the fourth dimension, for what you did, it either goes to the left or to the right, and you either get tormented for a time or you live in habitations, for good habitations for a time. That's where your spirit goes. It ain't floating around. It ain't floating around through the earth like they teach us. See, again, these things have been taught to us, like, I can feel his spirit right here with me.
Yeah. He's here with us.
Yeah, I can feel his spirit right here with me. Oh man, Moses. Moses, go ahead and sit down. Nah, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. Our spirit goes to the Most High and he holds it. Watch, go to Ecclesiastes. Let's go to that Ecclesiasticus 12 and 7.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 12, verse 7.
Read it.
Give unto good.
No.
Give unto the good.
No. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, Salakia. Ecclesiastes. I'm about to start saying Sirach. We mix the Ecclesiastes and Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiastes 12, 7, right? Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 7.
Right.
Then shall the dust return to the earth,
right,
as it was,
right,
and the spirit shall return unto the Most High who gave it,
right.
Vanity of vanity,
right. The spirit shall return to the Most High who gave it. Go to Psalms 104. So the Most High, so the spirit goes to the Most High who gave it. What happens to that spirit? What happens to that spirit just for sake of time and for sake of quick understanding? What happens to that spirit? It goes to the Most High, and then what happens to it when it's sent back forth? Does it roam through the earth, spooking people, giving people chills up the back of their neck, roaming through? Oh no! The spirits flow through graveyards. Nah, man, that's mysticism that we've been given and taught. to spook you for Halloween, to make you think when you drive by a gravesite or a graveyard, you got to be scared. There's going to be spirits coming there. Bro, it's a bunch of dead fertilizer.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's a bunch of expensive rocks with names on it and fertilizer.
Yeah, when I was a kid, they used to tell me you pass by the graveyard, bite your finger.
To do what?
Bite your finger while you pass by
Hold
the
your breath.
graveyard.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like close your mouth because spirit might go into it.
Really?
I heard one you can't point. It's like you can't point forward.
Right.
Yeah, but see all the stuff they give to our people where you can't read that in the Bible? Nowhere in the Bible does it say when you roll by a graveyard, there's going to be spirits floating by and pay those spirits homage, pray for them, or anything. It don't say anything about it. It don't even give you, I don't remember even reading anything concerning graveyards. We buried our dead and we moved on.
I don't know if I should bring it up or not.
Say what you got to say.
Okay, there's one in San Antonio. I don't know if everybody heard of this. About a bunch of kids that had an accident in a bus.
Okay.
And then they go, and the people, they park on a hill or something like that, and they put it in neutral. And all these kids, you see all these hands come on this vehicle, and they push this vehicle. So, yeah, over the railroad tracks, that is right.
Who pushed it?
They said that these are spirits that are doing it because my sister did it.
Right?
And, but they told me to go do it. I said, man, I don't play with stuff like that, so I'll leave that stuff
Hey,
alone.
there be spirits that are created for vengeance.
Okay, so
Yeah, so
but
that's
there's
a
bunch
difference.
Of hands that are all. They said they put dust on their car,
Uh-huh.
and
They had a bunch of ghost
powder and
ghost fingerprints.
fingerprints all over.
How does a spirit leave fingerprints? Think about it. Come on. Come on, man. We got to stop. We got to stop it. Right? We got to stop it. We got to stop being taught foolishness, man. Like a ghost leaves fingerprints and footprints.
Mini ghosts, mini.
But think about it. A ghost that can supposedly pass through solid objects. All of a sudden, like a ghost is supposed to be able to float through walls, right? When they show you like Casper, the friendly ghost, he just be floating through walls talking to people. Yeah, and he'll float through the wall and just talk, right? Ghostbusters. What's the ghost from Ghostbusters? Slimer. He was a slimy ghost, and he was ripping through walls, right?
Right.
So if a ghost can go through walls, supposedly, how does a ghost leave fingerprints? All of a sudden, he can change his anatomy into.
That's what they're trying to say.
That's what they're trying to say.
Well, let's read what. I know it's not you, but let's just read what the Bible says and stick to the simplicity that's in Christ. Right? So, are the spirits just roaming around? No, they go to the Most High. He holds them. Psalms 104 and verse. Nope. Read verse 29.
Psalms chapter 104, verse 29.
Right?
Thou hidest thy face.
Right?
They are troubled.
Right?
Thou takest away their breath.
So this is talking about a man in his dying moments. The Most High turns his face. Your life flashes before your eyes. He takes away your breath. Go ahead.
They die.
Right?
And return to their dust.
And the body goes to the dust. Go ahead.
Thou sendest forth thy spirit.
Right, the spirit goes to the Most High. We know that. We read that in Ecclesiasticus. Now, when it's time for that spirit to come back down to earth, does it come back as a ghost? Read.
They are created.
They are what?
They are created.
What is created? Read.
And thou renewest the face of the earth.
Right, they're created in another flesh. And that's how the earth is renewed. So, remember, man, the things that have been taught to us, we got to be careful. And I know, Aggie student, you're asking for clarification on those two scriptures. Because think about it. If I'm with the Lord, do I want to be walking around earth? Looking at what everybody else is doing? Or even being around what everybody's doing? For what? I already was a part of that. If I'm up in heaven with the Lord, I'm trying to be with the Lord. I'm trying to be up in His bosom. Don't even regenerate me.
Yeah.
I'm good right here. I'm good. I'll stay right in the good habitation. Right, I'm looking over at the neighborhood of hell. I'm seeing cats getting tormented. Me, if I'm there, I'm like, hey, it's a comfortable 76.5 comfortably. Right? Ain't too much breeze blowing on my skin. Ain't too much heat. It's a comfortable 76.5 degrees. wherever I'm at. It's a comfortable beam of sun. You know what I'm saying? Beam of light that's on me. Like, I'm comfortable. The linens, ain't no sweat. You know, you just be in your own house sweaty. Like, damn, why am I? You move around, you go outside, inside. Ain't no sweat, ain't no uncomfortable. Chilling. I don't want to come back here. I don't want to float down here at all. Now, I'm going to say this. There's only one time that the scriptures say, what is it? It says, 7 days. Remember?
That's an
annotate. We ain't gonna go there. We'll leave it simple right here. But you can always go back to look at. All you gotta do is look up the classes that we did on Hades, or Hades, right? Or Abraham's bosom. We did a few classes, and it'll give you a more in-depth understanding into the spirits and where they go. And yeah, the spirits that are causing chaos. What's the whole connotation? What's the whole understanding about a ghost? They're just doing free range, right? They just out here doing whatever they want, just spooking people. Right. Boom. Wait a minute, right? Ghosts just move around however they want. When we go to Ecclesiasticus 38:29, what does it say? It said that these spirits are created and they're sent to do a work. They don't just free range. Oh, I'm a contractor. I'm on a 1099, so y'all can't tell me nothing. I'm you know what I'm saying? I work for myself. I mean, that makes sense, right? Yeah. Right. I know we laughing about it.
The one that gets me is the family member that died or something that looking down on you. Yeah. That's the one that get me.
Hey. Right?
Well, that's
like they looking down from heaven on me.
Yeah,
I hope he's looking down. Hey. If they make it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the things that we've been taught, man. You know, the things that we've been taught, they're not all in accordance. The things we've been taught about death and spirits are not in accordance with what the scriptures say. Sister Mary. There's definitely a dark side. Oh yeah, there's definitely a darkness.
I can tell you about the darkness.
I hope not. I want to hear. Listen, you know what I want to hear? I want to hear about the light.
I saw the light too.
I want to hear about the light. I don't want to hear about the dark. But if you want to hear about that dark, all you got to do is go hop into the Josephus. All you got to do is read about Abraham's bosom.
Go in the darkness and continue on trying to fight the way you live, but you never come out in it.
Yeah, and we've all felt a little of that darkness being in the world and not having the wisdom, the light, right? It says, "Let your the wisdom is the light, right? The law is a lamp, and that's what guides our footsteps." So, yeah, you know, we've all felt that dark side, but that's what we fight not to step back into, right? It says, St. John, St. John chapter 3:17 down. It said, men stay in the darkness because they hate the light, because they feel condemned by the light. So it's our job, it's our focus to not step into that darkness. But Aggie student, let me know.
He just asked another question.
Right. So when the witch of Ednor summoned the spirit for Saul, was it really Samuel or something else? Seems unlikely that she would have the power to yank a soul from the fourth dimension. Yeah, it was Saul. It said it was Saul. Listen, witchcraft is real. Just like how the spirit of the Most High is real. Go to Hebrews real quick.
And can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, on the Samuel thing too, like she called the spirit Samuel, right? But at the end of the day, the Most High still sent Samuel down, because if you remember that story, when Samuel came down, he came down not just to chill. He came down with a message. Like, Saul, you finna die today. You and your
right.
son, y'all are dead.
Right.
So the Most High didn't just
send that spirit.
Was like, oh, okay, yeah, you can just call down Samuel.
Right.
Nah, I'm gonna send him
with a message.
I'm gonna send him with a message. So technically, she didn't really call him.
The Most High sent that
spirit. The Most
spirit.
High sent Samuel to send Saul a message. Because think about it. You could do that. That means that these people right now, they could call down Moses.
That's true.
They could call down David. So, you know,
Psalm 104 and 29 and 30.
yeah, the Most High is the one that does it at the end of the day.
Yeah, at the end of the day. But can you conjure up spirits? Of course you can. Can you conjure up evil? Of course you can. Can you call certain negatives to you? Of course you can. Of course you can. We can't be naive, right? We can't be naive to think that it's not real. The Bible tells us, right? Go to Hebrews real quick. What's it? Principles. Fight against dang.
Oh, fight against
Right.
principalities.
Here it is. No.
It's not Hebrews.
There's one in Corinthians. I thought there was another one in Hebrews.
10:6.
No, that's not the one I want. Well, read the one in Corinthians. Go there real quick.
First and 7.
I'm not sure.
Therefore we walk in the flesh.
Right.
2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 3.
I don't
Right.
think it's that one.
Read it.
For though we walk in the flesh,
Go ahead.
we do not war after the flesh.
Read.
For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal,
Right.
but mighty through God to
what?
the pulling but mighty through God
Right.
to the pulling down of strongholds.
Right.
Casting down imagination.
Doing what?
Casting down imagination.
Go ahead.
And every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God.
Right.
And bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Hamashiach.
Spiritual wickedness. Right.
And
Ephesians 6 and 12. Go ahead. Read
and
on.
having in a readiness.
Right, that's it on that. Go to Ephesians 6 and 12. This is the one I wanted. I don't know why I said Hebrews.
Ephesians
I just turned to it.
chapter 6, verse 12.
Go ahead.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood,
Go ahead.
but against principalities.
But against what?
Against principalities.
Go ahead.
Against powers.
Against powers. Now, we know the powers are not equal to Yahweh Shai, but you know why they become equal? When you feed into it. They become equal when you feed into it. Go ahead.
Against the rulers of the darkness of this world.
Go ahead.
Against spiritual wickedness,
Right.
in high places.
That spiritual wickedness is, man. That's them Ouija boarding. That's them conjuring up the dead. That's them conjuring up negative spirits. Final, you watch shows like The Exorcism of Emily such and such and Emily Rose, and you watch the Blair Witch Project, and you watch all them shows. What is it? Paranormal Activity, right? With they're movies, but some of them things is real because there are spirits that the Most High sends, but people call them to them.
Yeah.
When you think about this, when you burn strange incense, what do you call? What angel do you call? Well, what did Aaron's sons call them? They called death, right? Now let's check this out. Watch this. Mike Brown was accused of doing what before he died?
Ouija board.
No.
He was actually doing witchcraft, wasn't he?
No, they said that Mike Brown was trying to steal cigars, blunt wraps. Sandra Bland, what did she get killed for? What did they even take her in for? They wanted her to put out her cigarette. She didn't want to do it. Philando Castillo, the bro from Minneapolis, he got shot in the car with his baby in the back, right?
Hey.
But what was he Snapchatting the day before in the same car? He was rolling around smoking a blunt on Snapchat. The bro Alton Sterling in Louisiana. What was he selling? Cigarettes. He was selling cigarettes and CDs. The dude from Staten Island, he was selling Lucy's.
No, my bad. Do it.
Both of them. Both of them.
Doing that.
Both of them. Both of them. Think about it. You burn this strange smoke, this strange incense, right?
Right.
You call a certain spirit to you you don't got to sit there and Ouija board. It's called candle and fire magic.
Right.
There's a demon associated to that. Just like there's a lust demon. Just like there's a hate demon. You conjure those things up. by the things that you give to yourself. So you don't have to sit in front of a Ouija board to conjure up an angel of death.
So you just light a cigarette? Excuse my language. Excuse me jumping out of tune, but...
Well, go look at the bros that die for cigarettes. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a demon. But that's why, read it one more time. Read Ephesians 6 and 12 one more time so y'all can get it. What do we wrestle against? Read it.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood.
Go ahead.
But against
So
principalities.
it's not the cigarette, it's the demon associated to the smoke that comes out. Think about it. Psalms 141 and 2 says, our prayers go up like incense to the Most High.
Right.
What rises? Ain't it the smoke from the frankincense and myrrh? So when you burn in cigarette smoke that's got nicotine, tobacco, carcinogens, and then it's made by your enemy, and they probably prayed over it and blessed it with the devil, and then you... First of all, you're going to die one of two ways.
Wow.
You're going to die from the cigarette long term, or short term, something going to happen to you.
Wow.
So it's not death associated with the things.
They are.
Read on. And I'll let you come in, Nicodemus. Read on.
Against powers.
Right?
Against the rulers of the darkness.
The rulers of the darkness. The rulers of the unseen. It ain't things you can see. Like, so I see him. He over there behind the tree. So look, I see him in the shadows. They stay in the dark and operate in darkness. Why? That's how you get caught up. Go ahead.
Against of this world.
Of what?
Of this world.
You can't even fathom the darkness of this world. You think the Illuminati? Oh, I know about the Illuminati. They do. You don't even know. You know about them. You heard things. Right. Imagine witnessing the things that they do. All we have is speculations and hearsays.
Wow.
The funny thing about it is, you got this eyewitness account, you got this eyewitness account, but they're all skewed. Like Cat Williams' account on things is skewed, right? You don't know if Cat Williams is true with the things he said he's seen at the sex parties with Hollywood. This person's account is off. This person's account, they can't come together in one account and say, hey, we were all there at the same time and seen this. Remember, the 2 or 3 witnesses, right? Right. So that's why that darkness can reign, because who's going to get their stories together and collaborate? Well, nobody. That darkness is going to operate until Christ comes. Go ahead.
Against spiritual wickedness.
Right.
In high places.
Right. So going back to Aggie student's question, was that Samuel? Yes, it was Samuel. The soothsayer, Saul thought he was going to be able to get a soothsayer to get that spirit. The Most High was like, got one for you. I'm going to send Samuel down, but here's his message.
Wow.
Here's the message. See, Saul thought he was going to get some other counsel. Like, yeah, go to war with the Philistines and the Most High and do this. Nope, you and your son are going to die. You think he wants to hear that? That's the message he thought he was going to get.
Most High cold, man.
Oh, the Most High is real cold.
The
The Most High is real cold.
That's right. That was a funny thing.
Come on, man. He said he's the father of spirits. So you think he don't control everything? You think that he don't control when you try to conjure up with your Ouija board some evil? That he says, you know what, evil? Go have them. Go get them. All he has to do is, think about this. Think about it like this. Revelation 7 and 1 says, I saw 4 angels holding back the 4 winds. Right? The 4 winds are destruction, right? Who gives the okay?
Most High does.
Most High, or Yahweh Shai, that says, you know what? Unleash. Go ahead and send 2 tornadoes, 2 hurricanes to one city, back to back. Just hit them. Pinball machine. Bing, bing. Tap them. Who does that? But who diverts the hurricane? Who makes Hurricane Katrina a Category 1 in the Gulf, and by the time it hits land, it's a Category 5 and rips through a whole state? Who does that? It's the Most High.
Did you hear about the hurricane in Iowa?
A
You heard
hurricane
about
in
that,
Iowa? That's impossible.
Last week.
That's
They
impossible.
said- my daughter showed it to me. And I was listening to what you were talking about, how there's the fire with the wind and all that. I was like, man, that's so deep.
And you looked up some
And no,
phenomenon?
my daughter came to me. She goes, "You heard about the hurricane in Iowa? Because they produce like over 90% of the grain for the United States.
Yeah.
So
it ripped
wiped
the game
all out. And
So-
then they said that they had no coverage of everything that happened over there because they're keeping it silent.
Right.
You got to look it up.
But think about that. If y'all know where Iowa is, There's not supposed to be hurricanes in Iowa. It's not a coastal city.
Right.
Iowa is right above Nebraska. You got Colorado. Yeah, that's. Was it a tornado or a hurricane?
They said it was a land hurricane.
They said it was a hurricane, but they said it
A land hurricane.
Right, it ripped everything up.
Now hurricanes that we know, they usually come from from water. They brew in the water. Then they go into, and by the time they hit land, they weaken. They go tropical depressions or a thunderstorm. If you know where Iowa is on the map, you got Colorado, you got Kansas, you got Nebraska, you got Iowa. That's like, come on, that's crazy. Above Iowa is Montana.
So no coverage is on it right now, but they said people are starving over there right now.
Yeah, and if all that grain comes from Iowa, that means your bread is about to shoot through the roof.
That's right.
All your baked goods shoot through the roof. A land hurricane. I have never heard of that.
Some crazy things are happening.
But
I started looking up when you were talking about it. I was like,
hey, you're going to hear, the Most High said the fire will oft be sent out. And who's going to stop it? He said like an arrow that's shot from an archer. Who's going to turn that arrow back? So, but he's going to be sending out. It ain't just going to be your run-of-the-mill tornado. It's going to be a fire tornado. It ain't just going to be a hurricane where you expect it. The Gulf, the Atlantic, the Pacific. It's going to be in Iowa. Of all places, Iowa? Come on, man. That's wild. Like, if you know where Iowa is on the map and you understand how hurricanes supposedly work, you would understand that a hurricane would never, ever, even the strongest hurricane, Category 8, that hit the Gulf, by the time it got to Iowa, if it just took a straight path up, it would be so weakened, it would just be a regular little cloud storm. Or some sprinkles, because that the land supposedly dissipates the strength. It gains its strength from the water, from the hot water, the cold water.
That's why it goes back to water
and comes back in. The Most High says, go get strong. Bring them out. He just suck up all that water, all that heat. Get them. Katrina. Yep. Bow. Right? Hurricane Andrew. Bow. Ike. Bow. Oh, yeah. I can't wait. What is this one? Laura. You know she's coming with some destruction. It's a wicked. Oh. Anyway. Right? Right. So where we at?
Laura and Morrow.
You know what's amazing about it?
Let me finish this real quick. Let me finish this on Aggie student. Let me make sure that they're good, that he's good. So when the witch, right? So Aggie student, let me know if that's understood that yes, that was Saul. That was Samuel. That was sent. The conjuring up, Saul tried to do one thing evil. The Most High backfired it and hit him with the roundabout uppercut. Boom. I'll send you Saul, but I'm going to give him a message for you that you ain't going to want to hear. Right? And that happened. Him and his son were put to death. And that, yes, people do conjure up negative spirits. But really, if the Most High said that he's the father of spirits, right? If he's the father of spirits, what does that mean? He controls every spirit. Right? Go to Hebrews 12 and 9. Hebrews 12 and 9.
Hebrews chapter 12, verse 9.
Read it.
Furthermore, we've had fathers of our flesh,
right,
which corrected us.
Go ahead.
And we gave them reverence.
Read.
Shall we not much rather be in subjection unto the Father of spirits?
So the Most High is the Father of spirits, all negative and good. God. So when you try to go play with the Ouija board, all it is this. He unleashes, he takes away the angels that are protecting you, and he sends the evil angels. That's all it is. It's as simple as that. Wow. He sends the evil that you're looking for. He said he'll give you up to your evils, man. So if you're trying to Ouija board, you're trying to conjure up, it's no different than if you're not guarded spiritually and a person comes around you and they're hateful. They say hate spreads like wildfires, right? If they're hateful and you're not guarded spiritually, you'll start to become hateful, right? If a person is joyful, they come around you and you can start to become joyful. Spirits jump like frogs. But what spirits are you trying to block out and what spirits are you trying to take in? And if you're not if your weaponry spiritually is not up to par, you'll be breached with the negatives. All right, so
Got a precept.
hopefully that gave you a little bit of understanding. What you got, Nicodemus?
Second Esdras chapter 16, verse 8.
Read.
The mighty Most High sendeth the plague, and who is he that can drive them away?
Right.
A fire shall go forth
Right.
from his mouth,
Mm-hmm.
and who is he that may quench it? He shall cast lightning, like that lightning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all heard, I told like around in the morning, we started that wildfire, 10,000 lightning strikes hit California.
Oh yeah, that's how they usually start. It's lightning. He throw out a thunderbolt. He shoot his arrows. He knows what he's doing.
In 3 days, right?
The Most High knows what he's doing. Even in Colorado, when they have wildfires in Colorado, they start from a perceived thunderstorm. That lightning shoots out, and then you just got a wildfire, and it never rains. It's crazy.
Wow, man.
It don't rain. Yeah, because it's so dry up there.
Everything's happening all at the same time.
Yeah, because it's time. It's like the earth is like a woman in travail. Did you finish with that? Go ahead.
He shall cast lightning, and who shall not fear? He shall thunder, and who shall not be afraid?
Mm-hmm. Pharmaceutical drugs are witchcraft. Pharmaceutical drugs are witchcraft. Are you making a Godard, Livingston, Bernard, my fellow Benjamin, are you making a statement or asking a question? Yeah, the Most High will give you up to your lust, man. He'll give you up to them demons if you seeking them. He'll give you up. It's like you looking for it, you're gonna find it. Let's jump back. Let's finish it up.
Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 4.
Good questions, man.
The first fruit also of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thine oil, and the first of the fleece of thy sheep shalt thou give him. For the Most High thy power had chosen him out of all thy tribes to stand, to minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. And if a Levite come from any of thy gates out of all Israel, where he sojourned, and come with all the desire of his mind into the place which the Most High shall choose, then he shall minister in the name of the Most High his God, as all his brethren the Levites do, which stand there before the Lord. They shall have like portions to eat, beside that which cometh of the sale of his patrimony. But thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. Thou shalt not, verse 10, there shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations,
Yeah.
You read that already?
Lewis read it. You were reading Deuteronomy 19:11.
okay.
Oh, we already read that.
You were the third reader?
He's
I
a
know that sounded
Wait,
familiar
hold on.
to me,
Did y'all?
but
I'm the third reading.
So what did we skip?
No, you were reading the second one again.
So read the third.
when I had started, you told me 18 started 18.
Where we
So I
at?
started
What does the
at
third one
18
say?
and 4, remember? The third one is when you told me to start at 18 to 4.
Yeah.
That's where I started. Come 18 to 4. Yeah.
We read 17 at the mouth of two witnesses. We read that.
But I remember y'all read that, but I
Multiply horses. We read that.
They got messed up. 18 and 13 right here, and then 18 and 44 right here.
So what did y'all not read?
18 and 14. We're supposed to start at 18 and 14.
Okay.
So we'll start at 18 and 14.
Okay. Come.
And read to what?
19 and 10. My bad.
That's okay. It's okay. And we to 19 to what?
19 and 10. Yeah.
Okay, cool. 18 and 14. Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 14. For these nations which thou shalt possess hearken unto observers of times and unto diviners. But as for thee, the Lord thy God has suffered thee so to do. The Lord thy God will raise up upon Shalaka. The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee,
Right.
of thy brethren,
Right.
like unto thee.
Right.
Unto him ye shall hearken.
Right. Speaking of Yahweh Shai,
Uh-huh.
or it was known that there was going to be a Savior, even at the time of Moses. Go ahead.
Verse 16. According to all that thou desirest of the Lord thy God in Horeb, in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth. And he shall speak unto them all that I have commanded him. And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die.
Well, we spoke about that last week, right?
That's right.
Go ahead.
Verse 21. And if thou say in thine heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord had not spoken? When a prophet speaking in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord had not spoken. But the prophet had spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him. Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 1. When the Lord thy God had cut out the nations, whose land the Lord...
You said what?
Can you explain that?
I thought you said, did we just read that? I'm sorry, go back.
22?
Right?
When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord...
Right, so how do you know you have a prophet amongst you? Well, what does a prophet do? He prophesies, he foresees. Not that he's trying to... Remember, it's not like fortune telling. How the Egyptians would denote things, or they would say, oh, you're going to be this type of man based on your birthday. Right? When we prophesy, what are we looking at? Like, oh, I'm going to prophesy on you right now. Well, if you lay with dogs, you're going to catch fleas. Right? If you lay down with dogs, you're going to catch fleas. Right? That's a prophesy. And then you come back like, man, I got fleas. It's like, well, told you. But is that, I mean, do you need that much? Do you need like some super exoteric knowledge to understand that? No, all you do, you look at what a person's doing. You know, if you lay down with whores, you catch diseases. Right, so you should stop laying with whores. No, I'll be fine. No, all of a sudden you burning. How you know you got a prophet amongst you? Because when he speaks and it comes to pass, that's how you know. So that's what that's saying is. Read on. Read verse 22.
When a prophet speaking in the name of the Lord,
go ahead.
If the thing follow not,
right? If the thing does not happen, well, the Lord, what do they do in church? Boys and girls, brothers and sisters, the Lord told me that I had to give y'all a message today. Right? The Lord spoke to me and said I had to give y'all a message. And This is the message. Sew this prayer cloth, buy this oil, and you'll be rich. And you go home broke the rest of your life, right? So don't come to pass. Go ahead.
Nor come to pass.
Go ahead.
That is the thing which the Lord had not spoken.
Yeah, the Lord didn't speak that. The Lord didn't put that on the Lord put it on my heart. No, he didn't. No, you came up with that. Go ahead.
But the prophet had spoken it presumptuously.
He was hasty. Remember we went over that word presumptuous? He was overly bold. He was prideful. He was hasty. He was negligent. He think about it. When you move in haste, you're not fully assessing. Who did it? Copeland. Kenneth Copeland. I'm going to blow away the coronavirus. Go, Corona. Go. He's like, coronavirus is gone. I rebuke the devil. Right? He was presumptuous as hell. And then all of a sudden, his whole congregation died. Right? And the coronavirus blew all the way up. Was he a prophet of the Lord?
No.
Nah, he was a prophet of Satan.
So when a person says like the Lord showed me.
Man, the Lord didn't show you a damn thing. I
The Lord
mean, where at?
showed me this,
Thank you.
This is what's gonna happen.
Right?
That's
Where
the same thing.
where at? Where did he show me? That's what you got to ask him. Where was
Right.
he at?
In the dream.
Where did he show me at? Well, what's supposed to show us? See, I can look at a person and say, you know what? The Most High is, the Spirit is telling me that if you keep down this path, this is going to be the ramifications, or this is going to be the blessing. But to just say, oh, well, the Lord showed me, where? See, the Spirit showed me, this is the Spirit, right? So I can say, well, the Spirit showed me that.
Absolutely.
The scriptures say that, right? You go right into Psalms where it talks about a whore is a deep ditch, right? And she caused men to fight against one another. Hey, if y'all keep dealing with that, or you let this woman come in and da-da-da-da-da, this is what she's going to do. The Spirit showed me, right? Because Romans 15:4, bring all things to your remembrance. The things that are written aforetime are written for your learning. St. John 14:26, St. John 15:26, the Spirit, the Comforter, taught us all things. So, if somebody come to me like, the Lord showed me, I'm running. Grab my jacket like this. I'm going to run. I'm like, where did he show you at? Where did he show you anything concerning me? Well, the Lord, because the Lord put it on my heart. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Where? Like, we have to be able to go in
and see it
and show a person according to the Spirit.
And if I can add to that,
Yeah.
just think about for a second.
Don't repeat
right?
me, no.
Oh no, definitely not. Just think about for a second, right? When they're like, the Most High, God spoke to me, or God showed me something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. Up until the time with Moses, when Moses was like, I have to go inquire of the Lord. Where did Moses go?
Go inquire of the Lord.
He went to the temple.
He went to the temple, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Or Mount Sinai or whatever, yeah.
He went to those designated places, but we feel like we could just be in our house, or we could just be in a certain place, and then the Lord just speaks to you.
Mm-hmm.
It don't work like that. Like when I think about it, okay, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the Lord appeared to them, right? But after that, the one that the Most High really was dealing with a lot was Moses, right? And Moses was the one that had multiple conversations with the Lord, right?
Face to face, right?
And when you look at that, well, not face to face with Yahweh, of course,
Right.
but when you look at that, Moses always went to the temple to inquire. It's the same thing. The high priest, he had a designated place where he had to go to inquire. But we feel like we'll just be like you just, they make it seem like you could just be doing anything and he just appears. But even if he does, right? Think about it. He appears to a lot of men just one time, 2 times, and that's it. But we feel like every day or every week. But that's what they put in church.
Yeah.
And that's the mentality that they put, and they push it. And you get a lot of people that they just get turned off those lies. Because they're like, that don't happen. How come it's happening to you when you wicked as hell?
Right.
And I know you're wicked as hell. I can see you're wicked. Why is he coming to you out of all people? You know what I'm saying? And yeah.
No, it's like this. We just talked about Saul and Samuel, right? How come Saul didn't just say, man, the Lord showed me I should go to war with the Philistines? Why did he have to go conjure up Samuel?
He was leading the nation.
Yeah, he could have easily said, well, the Lord put it on my spirit to go fight. The Lord put it on my spirit. Why did they always have to go to the high priest? Because the Lord wasn't showing Saul a damn thing except by Samuel, except by that median. So it's the same thing where Samuel was the one that was justified in saying, the Lord showed me. Because he said that. He would say that. He said it to David. Nathan said it to David. Samuel said it to Saul, right? The Lord did show them. Because the Lord, the Most High, dealt with them. And they were taking the messages back to David. And back to Saul.
And that was one of the points that I was making. Is
yeah.
Like, people feel like the Most High deals with, yes, the Most High does deal with everybody. But that real like one-on-one type situation, that's not with everybody. Because think about it. David, you mentioned David. David was our king. When David messed up, who came to David? Nathan. When David was anointed, people came to David and let him know. It wasn't like the Most High came to David and was like, you finna be king. Or when David messed up, it wasn't like the Most High went to David directly and said, you messed up. He went to the prophet at that time.
The prophet, right.
And then the prophet, he went to that meeting.
Right.
Like we were talking about. So
or the prophet.
Or the prophet.
Right.
I literally have family that tell me what the Lord has shown them about what I'm being taught in the truth. I said, well, you call the Bible a lie because all I'm getting taught on is the Bible. So you just told the Bible, you just said the Bible is a lie then.
Well, that's the thing, and that's what we're saying is that they don't know what the hell they're being shown.
No, they don't.
It's like, think about this. I'm gonna hit y'all with this situation. If you had two kids and they both got into rollover accidents 1 week apart, rollover car accidents, they didn't get hurt, but they got rolled over in the car. 2 of your kids, you got two kids, one happened this week, the other one happened the next week. What is the Christian mind on that?
Oh, God saved their lives.
The Christian mind is #covered, right? I'm covered in His blood. Okay. Like the Most High, He covered us because no one died. They look at no one died. What do we look at as in the Hebrew, in our Israelite mind? How do we look at two rollover accidents back to back? What are we saying?
You better watch yourself. The Most High is sending you a message.
The Most High, that's the check. That's the death wasn't needed for the check. The check was the accidents. So something is going on with the vehicles or paying attention. Some wickedness is happening. Or some warning is being sent out to say, watch these kids because the next one ain't going to be just you roll over and you walk away from them.
Right.
But a Christian mind is like, see, the Lord, He showed me that he got me. Yeah, but it's a lot deeper than that.
Right. Definitely a lot deeper.
He's supposed to be, where's the lesson in what happened? Is it that He just got you? Because now you 2 cars down, right? So now you're going through a whole nother problem, right? There's injuries, concussions.
You probably got PTSD.
All that.
Kids got PTSD.
Right, there's trauma. Kids don't want to drive in a car no more. But the Christian mind as well, the Lord showed me. But they're not looking at actually what's being shown. They're looking at the cover like, oh, He showed me that He got me. He does got you because no one died. But think about it. Does it say that in a chastisement you die? How can you yield from the chastisement or learn if you die? So it is a chastisement. They don't look at a chastisement as a chastisement. So what the Most High showed them is wrong 99% of the time, where we're like, damn, the Most High is whooping me. The hell did I do?
Yeah, what I do.
You ding somebody's car, you're like, oh my God, jeez.
You get a
Most
flat
High's
tire.
checking me. Yeah, you got a flat tire.
You're like,
damn, did I go somewhere? Yeah, did I go somewhere where I was supposed to go?
Do something.
Damn, was I not paying attention? Like,
What am I not doing?
What is the Most High trying to? Why did I get this flat tire? Not the Most High got me covered because I got a flat tire and the wheel didn't fall off. That's dumb as hell.
Or I got a flat tire right in front of my house. Nah.
Yeah.
You got a flat tire, so.
Why?
Why?
You see, so the being shown, and the Most High, God put it on my heart. On what? That wicked ass heart. That desperately wicked, searching for evil heart, like it says in Jeremiah 17:9. Anybody come to me with that, other than a brother that's in the wisdom, I'm gone.
Come, man.
I'm gone. It's like a Christian talking about, let me pray for you.
Oh, no.
I'm gone.
No,
I'm
no,
good.
no.
I pray for myself. I'm good, man.
No,
Don't pray for me.
Don't pray for me.
You can pray when I'm not around. I'm leaving.
Man.
They get very offended when you say
God, I don't care. I'm good, man. Be offended. Be offended. Most High ain't hearing it anyway.
Last night, during that conversation that I had, that phone call, as aggressive as it started, once I dived into the scriptures, I said, look, this is why this is happening to you.
Right.
You did not hearken to the word that God, the words of the word that God diligently. You didn't hold on to it. You didn't observe it. This is why you're getting cursed, bro.
Right.
Boom.
And that's
This is why.
And that's the whole point, where something happens and the Most High is showing us through the Bible why, what to look out for, where the ones that aren't being shown through the scriptures, they're not using the actual Spirit to show them, and not just the Spirit, like, I'm going to let the Holy Spirit tell me. Okay, part of the Spirit is having counsel.
Right.
And brothers and sisters and wisdom given to you and experience. That's part of the Spirit, if y'all didn't know that, right? That's part of the Spirit, is having a brother sit down and you being humble and him being able to show you, hey, that happened to you because look. That's part of being in the Holy Spirit.
Come, man.
The spirit of understanding, quick conceit. Isaiah 11:2 down tells us, man, that's part of it. So let's not be naive.
Come.
Nicodemus. Then let's move on
I
after
know when I
this.
was in my past life,
Right? You was that old man?
the old man, old man.
Read.
He was right.
I'm young right now.
Oh yeah, you were renewed. What's up?
My friend's mother them used to tell me,
You ain't say it
I
again?
must have 9 lives,
Okay.
because I've been shot at point blank range.
Wow,
I've been
really?
run over by a truck. I've been stabbed. And I've been shot at point blank range again at my car. Damn bullet hit the car. And I'm going to read this here. It's precept. Job chapter 5, verse 19.
Right?
He shall deliver thee in 6 strokes.
Read.
Yea, in 7. There shall no evil touch thee.
Right. And that's how you know that you're covered. Hashtag. When no evil touches you. That's how you know you're covered. Not because you got a rollover accident, no one died. Not because you got shot in the lungs 15 times and you didn't die. You weren't covered all the way. Being covered is when somebody put that gun to you, click, click, like damn, I thought I filled up. And it just click or it jam. That's being covered. That's happened to brother. God. Anyway, let's move on. That's happened. I mean, being covered is when you doing 1,000 miles down the highway and you hit a speed bump and the car floats and it steers like the Back to the Future car. That's being covered. When you're supposed to jump over the guardrail and the car just like a roller coaster. That's being covered. Because then you're able to say, whoa, let me not drive like that. I should have died. Let me do something better. Damn, the gun jammed. Dang, well, I could have died. Let me not be in that same predicament. Grace. See, that's the grace. And yes, it's still grace when you're in a rollover car accident and you don't die. It's still grace. You're still supposed to learn. But if you're just in the mind that, oh no, I'm covered because I didn't die, let me carry on. Yeah. But what I was doing, you won't learn anything. Y'all get that, right? Right. Let's go ahead.
This is Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 1. When the Lord, thy God, had cut out the nations whose land the Lord thy God giveth thee, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their cities and in their houses, thou shalt separate 3 cities for thee in the midst of thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess it. Thou shalt prepare thee a way, and divide the coast of thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee to inherit, into 3 parts, that every slayer may flee. And this is the case of the slayer.
And again, we read this already, right? About the slayer, the 3 cities, right? But again, the cities of refuge, but again, reiteration for this new generation. Those things were said back in Exodus? Yeah, back in Exodus, back in Leviticus. This is now out of the wilderness, the 40 years. This is for that new, and obviously this was very important because this was thrown back in there. Every single thing wasn't reiterated, but this was important. You know why? This was part of how matters were judged. Somebody died. Instead of blood for blood, eye for eye, we read about that early, right? Matter too hard? Wait a minute. You go over to this city, kick it, chill. Let us do diligent inquiry into what happened and not just be presumptuous and just say, oh, you a murderer because you look like one. You're a murderer because your skin's black. Your nose is wide. You got a protruding eyebrow. That's how they used to profile criminals back in like the 40s, the 50s. If your brow line, you know, like Mike Tyson, he got that brow that kind of protrudes out, you are automatically looked at as a criminal. Right? Then you had like the mobsters named the Brow, and he had that same brow line.
Like that boy that played for New Orleans.
I don't know.
No, for the Lakers. For the Lakers. I know you're talking about Anthony.
No,
Davis.
not a unibrow. Talking about there's a like when you have a forehead, when your eye. Look at Mike Tyson's face. Looks like a pit bull. Right. He got a lot of head and he got beady eyes.
Right.
So it was the beady-eyedness pushed in.
Wow.
It made the forehead protrude out. They would label you as a criminal back in like the 30s and 40s, the late 1800s. That's how they criminally profile people, based off of facial features and structure.
Okay.
Brow, the way your brow was, the forehead.
That's cold. Right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I used to do I used to take criminal justice way back. So I had to go through and learn how they profile criminals in different centuries and different time periods. Now, obviously, if you a certain skin tone, it's a wrap. Right? If you got a hoodie on, it's over. If this, if that. Pretty soon, if you got a mask on, you're a criminal. Just wait for it. Anyway, so that city was for the anger to be mitigated and for righteous judgment to prevail. Why? Because if you kill my family member by accident, I don't care about an accident. All I know is you killed my family. And before I was able to investigate, wait a minute, did you hate my family member? I was ready to go get blood. But I don't even know your family. I was swinging the axe, the butt came off, bust him upside his face. Why was he standing so close to a nigga cutting wood? Your family was foolish, but the family members don't care about that. They want blood, they want revenge, they want justice. This is how we got justice. So it just showed you we weren't a chaotic society. Like as soon as someone killed someone, someone ran up and killed him. Bam! Then that was it. It was just bodies laying in the street. It didn't, you plucked out an eye, so you just dug out. It's like people were just sitting there digging each other's eyes out. See, this was my thoughts on the Bible when I was young coming up. Thinking like people were just sitting there just walking around plugging out eyes. What the hell? Hand for hand, like hands was just walking around with one arm? No. We had a society that was based on fairness, equity, righteous judgment. That's what this was about. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 4. And this is the case of the slayer, which shall flee thither, that he may live. Whoso killeth his neighbor ignorantly, whom he hated, not in time past, as when a man goeth into the wood with his neighbor to hew wood, and his hand fetcheth a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree, and the head slippeth from the helve.
There it is.
And lighted up on his neighbor, that he die. He shall flee unto one of those cities and live, lest the avenger of the blood pursue the slayer, while his heart is hot, and overtake him, because the way is long, and slay him, whereas he was not worthy to death, inasmuch as he hated him not in time past. Wherefore I command thee, saying, Thou shalt separate 3 cities for thee. And if the Lord thy God enlarge thy coast, as he has sworn unto thy fathers, and give thee all the land which he promised to give unto thy fathers, if thou shalt keep all these commandments to do them, which I command thee this day, to love the Lord thy God, and to walk ever in his ways, then shalt thou add 3 cities more for thee, besides these 3, that innocent blood be not shed in thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance, and so blood be upon thee.
It's like double. It's like 60 days. Something like that. I think it's double. Right.
So 80. You got it? Was that it?
Leviticus.
Yes, sir. What is that? Leviticus 12 and 5?
Right. Was that it?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
It's like if someone, like a 1-year-old, 7-year-old, or 12-year-old, like Tamir Wright, or a newborn baby, ain't never been entered into out the womb. When they perish, they done something in their past life.
It could be.
I'm gonna read this.
Romans 9 and 1.
I'm gonna read this.
What you got?
Job chapter 7, Job chapter 4, verse 7.
Okay.
Remember, I pray thee, whoever perished, being innocent,
Right.
where was the righteous cut off?
Yeah. And I mean, that's how we got to look at things. That's how you look at things objectively. And yes, that goes into, that could be a part of St. John 9 and 1, where it said, who did sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? We know that in that story, that wasn't the case. He was just blind. Nobody sinned. He was born blind so that the Most High could send Yahweh Shai to heal him and show the power. But yeah, who did perish being innocent? The Most High said, I kill, I make alive. He don't look at like how man looks, like he said in Samuel. He looks at the spirit. Right? So that's what it is. That's all it's about, is the spirit. All right? Good precept.
Yeah, it's 80.
Oh, damn. How much is it for me? 40. 47, actually. And yours is 87.
Yashikar, Shabbat Yashikar, Bang, Yashala.
Yashikar. Yashikar. Shabbat Shol. Yashikar. Bun Yashala. Men of Israel. Ibadu. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
Huh? He knows. He doesn't know. He knows. It's terrible. I see. You can't hold water. What do you mean? Meaning you can't hold a secret. You can't hold water, bro.
God.
Right?
What?
Not betray secrets.
Yeah, I'm learning.
God. Are we supposed? Let me hit this one real quick, because this was part of what we were going over. Are we supposed to be buried in coffins since there's a formaldehyde preservative rather than natural decay? Not sure what to do with my parents, my own body, etc. I mean, as far as coffins, I know we put our people in sepulchers. That was just graves. Coffins specifically, it
doesn't say.
It doesn't say anything about like, I'm being specific. Specifically, doesn't say anything about coffins. Yeah. Now, the way I look at that is this: that's a business that was created. The whole funeral experience, the whole tombstone thing. They make it. I mean, a casket costs $10,000.
Yeah, bro.
And a casket can go from $10,000 to like $150,000. Easy. They got caskets laced with gold and silver. And me, listen, just roll me over, bam, in the hole, bury it, and call
call it a day. You ain't gotta cry, you ain't gotta sing, you ain't gotta dance, you ain't gotta do none of that.
It's
Put
a
me in
big
the damn hole.
It's a big business.
Bury me in the back of whatever rental property we had. I don't know. The back of the school. Whatever is cheap. Whatever is cheap, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that whole business. Think about it. Tobit was getting, yeah, and then when we get to the kingdom, man, grab my bones. You know what I'm saying? But think about it. Tobit was going around and burying. I mean, let's deal with it, and that's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Tobit was going around and burying the dead of Israel. It was so many, they were just in the street. I don't think Tobit was sitting there building caskets, dragging a casket, and then dropping the body. I mean, for two reasons. He didn't have it like that, and then he had to be inconspicuous. He couldn't be seen dragging a casket, right? So was it wrong to not have a casket? No. Do you have to have a casket? I think you do, right? Because
by law, yes.
By law, the body decays, right? And the soil, and I think you got to bury the body a certain depth. I think it's all by law. You have to do all these things. Where I think we just dug graves, man. Christ, Yahushai.
Like Yahushai, when he died, we wrapped him in a linen sheet.
Cleaned him up, wrapped him in the linen, and he wasn't buried though.
Yeah.
He was put inside of a sepulcher that you could walk into, obviously, because they were able to lay his body down, and they pushed that rock back. They pushed back the tombstone or whatever, and were able to go. You know, you have those walk-in. They call them mausoleums. Mausoleums where you can walk in, and then the body is there. But usually in a mausoleum, when you walk in, there's still a little area where they put the coffin in and cover it. The body ain't just laying there rotting. So, you know, even the custom of burial is a lot different than what we have to do here. Now, is it evil, wicked, wrong to put them in a coffin? No. And with that, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Obey the law of the land. It's not going to take nothing from you. A little formaldehyde. I mean, what's a little formaldehyde when you know, they was probably eating pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, smoking cigarettes. I mean, I don't know. Why are people dying? Diseases and high blood pressure and putting bad things in the body anyway. So remember, it's just a dead body. It's just a dead body anyway. You know, as long as you're not burning it, we definitely didn't do cremations, right? Like the Vikings and all. We didn't do that, right? We didn't mummify our people.
The way it's set up is so crazy, man. When this coronavirus thing started, and they was cremating all those people in Wuhan, China, because they weren't burying nobody.
Yeah.
Everybody just got cremated in one big thing.
One big oven.
And they just everybody just came with their ore and they just took a little scoop, gave it to you. So you had everybody.
Oh, for the ashes.
Everybody's ashes in your thing. It wasn't like your people.
Yeah, that wasn't Uncle Donnie's ashes right there. That was like Uncle Donnie mixed with Rupert, mixed with
the whole
Wing Sung, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like three cats' ashes mixed in one.
Sing Chung Hu.
Yeah, you got a little Wuhan, a little tofu, a little this, a little that. Man, whose ashes are these? So yeah, you know, the burial process, we gotta just do it the way. Unless you have a plot of land, now this is different. Let's say you got a plot of land, you dig you a gravesite, and they put you in, or you put them in. That's your land, you can do whatever you want. Again, I don't need no $10,000 casket. Listen, y'all sit up here, do Sabbath class, set up some prayers for my spirit, and just put me, I don't know. It don't gotta be nothing crazy. It don't gotta be nothing fancy. Huh?
I said we'll talk with Noah about that.
Right.
Right.
Right. Go ahead. What's up?
On the way to Spring off 45, like literally flush on the side of the whole highway, there is a small little grave of just like Edomites. There's maybe like, I don't know, half a dozen tombstones, like literally like you can touch the wall of the 45. They're right there in a little plot of grass.
They're probably not. What it is somebody set up a memorial right there because they probably died in a car accident right there. You'll see it a lot. You'll be driving down like Bel Air, Belford.
It's fenced up.
Oh, is it fed? Well, no, it's probably just a memorial. Yeah, I don't see them. You can't bury bodies like that just right there on the highway.
Yeah.
What they did, they set up a memorial and they fenced it, and it was like, okay, they died in a car accident. You see that all through Houston. It's weird. You'll drive down Belford and you'll see like a grave in the middle of the median next to a tree, and it's like, oh, they hit that tree. Now, what I am going to do, I'm going to ask my aunt, because in Jamaica we got a plot of land, and my grandma's buried there. My aunt is buried there. My grandpa, when he's ready, he's going to be buried there. I'm going to ask them, are they putting them in boxes, or are they just throwing them in the dirt? I'm going to ask. I want to see what they're doing. And, hey, push come to shove, it's probably cheaper to fly my body back to Jamaica. So just fly me, right?
Yeah, because it's like $3,000 for the whole, $5,000 for the church.
Right.
$12,000
for the casket.
For the casket.
Right. Bro, send my body to Jamaica and tell them to put me on that land. It don't matter. I don't care. Like, I don't. To me, it don't matter where I'm buried, but whatever is cheap. I don't want my family to have to deal with like $100,000 funeral bill and I ain't around to help pay. Hell nah.
Jack you anyways, you know, because I know the system of it. You know, they know you're already in distraught.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And so what they're gonna do, they're gonna get you up, and if you got life insurance on you, you hand them over your life insurance, and they'll take 30 grand out of it right up top.
Damn.
So, man, it's a business.
They know how to hit it, bro. Caskets drop. Caskets drop daily. Like, it don't matter what's happening. It could be a depression. Niggas is dying because of the depression, after the depression, before. So people want to have these services, and I mean, a headstone. A headstone is like a couple of $1,000s just to get it engraved and then put there. Like you said, to dig the hole, you got to get the tractor out. I'm good, bro. Listen, you brothers, get you a shovel. Get to digging. That's it. Get to digging. Y'all think I'm joking? I look at burial and all that stuff. It's blown out of way proportion. Hey, just say a few nice things about me. Whatever's on your heart, like David, right? When Joab killed Abner, David stood at Abner's gravesite. He called him a fool. He died like a foolish man. He said it what it was. They threw him in, buried him, and they were gone.
He wept.
He wept because he wanted to show the people that he had nothing to do with the death. He fasted. He did all that. You know, you don't have to do it. Don't cry for me, Argentina, right? Sister Mary.
Sometimes they have to leave before they bury them because a lot of times they take them caskets back. They just dump them in and take them back.
Oh yeah, they put you in a regular pine box. Because yeah, the casket is just for show for the service. I don't even know if I want all that. I don't even know if I want all that. Yeah. Because what they'll do, they'll transfer the body into a standard pine box it's the color of this wood.
So why are you paying for a casket?
For the show of the wake, the memorial service. You pay. Like, let's say you go to a funeral home and you got to bury somebody. They might have a standard package where the standard package is $5,000. That's going to cover the service, the church time, the priest his time. Whatever little hors d'oeuvres they might serve, and then instead of having some fancy casket that costs $10,000 go into the earth, we just give you the standard pine box. But if you want the fancy casket, I've seen like $10,000 caskets go in the earth. I'm like,
yeah, I've seen that too.
Who the hell? Why? $10,000, rose gold, and yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Bury me in plastic. I don't know.
There was, I forget what land, I think it was in Texas, man, that people were dying. They had all passed away, but there was a big rain and it flooded that place. All the caskets floated up. And they had them in little wooden boxes. Yeah. And people paid big money for these caskets, man.
Right. Yes, I heard about that. People were paying like thousands for the casket, but they were switching the casket into the regular standard pine box.
Yep. Right.
Listen. Yeah, it's big business. That's how you make money.
That's from the hood.
Oh yeah, that's how you make money. They switcheroony. They did the switcheroony. Switcheroony, man.
Yeah,
so avoid all the nonsense. Listen, avoid all the nonsense. You brothers get shovels, dig the hole for me, right? Or fly the body back to a plot of land. You know what I'm saying? Do like the mobsters, give me some cement shoes. I don't know. I'm joking.
Death.
Right? That's how they die. Anyway, go ahead. Where we at?
We're in Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 11.
Right?
But if any man hate his neighbor and lie in wait for him, and rise up against him, and smite him mortally that he die, and fleeth into one of these cities, then the elders of the city shall send and fetch him thence, and deliver him to the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. Thine eyes should not pity him, but thou shalt put away the guilt of innocent blood from Israel, that it may go well with thee. Thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set in thine inheritance, which thou shalt inherit in the land that the Most High thy power giveth thee to possess it. Verse 15. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, or for any sin, in any sin that he sinneth. At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or at the mouth of 3 witnesses, shall the matter be established.
So it didn't matter what it was, death or not. There had to be more than one witness if there was an accusation. That's why we always tell brothers and sisters online, be careful what the hell you say if you try to accuse brothers of something and you don't know us and you have no witnesses. Like, you'll have people hop on, y'all are 501c3. Y'all are like, huh? You don't know what we are. You don't even know us. Where's your proof? What witnesses you got? You got somebody down at the 501c3 office? You got to be careful when you just throw out accusations, because the scriptures say in any matter that you accuse, there got to be witnesses, man. That's how you establish a matter. That's how you establish righteous judgment, right? It said, let 2 judge and let the other keep his peace. Go ahead.
Verse 16. If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men between whom the controversy is.
What's a perfect example? Oh, he raped me. That's a rough one. That's a rough one. Now, if a virgin gets raped, you can test that out. But think about all these women that said he raped me. Then they come back 30 years later after he done rotted in jail. You got the one bro, man, he was supposed to be the #1 draft pick in the NFL. And he got accused of rape. And he sat, through the whole trial. I think it took 1.5 years, 2 years to find him not guilty. He lost 2 years, but he'll never, ever be able to pursue that dream. That happens to a lot of our people, man.
You had a player on the Texans that happened to. He was one of the guys that was on the bubble. He mainly played special teams, but he got accused of rape in college. And he got cut immediately.
That's him.
And then after he got cut immediately, it came out 2 or 3 years later that
that's what I'm talking about.
That it didn't happen.
Yeah, they found him not guilty.
She lied, but he already lost.
He lost all them years.
He already lost, but he never got picked up by any team again.
Yeah, he's destroyed.
That happened to Allen Iverson. He
Did
didn't
it?
get accused of rape, but he was accused of being involved in a brawl of some sort.
Well, he was. There was.
He wasn't. He left before.
Oh
the brawl
no, it
started.
wasn't. I'm thinking about Tupac.
Yeah,
you're right.
He went to jail for it
before he went to he was in
college.
He was in Georgetown.
Yeah.
There was a brawl in the bowling alley.
Yeah.
They said he was there. There was videotape of him in the lobby, but the actual brawl, if I remember, he went on trial, not guilty. It's things like that where you gotta have witnesses, man. If you're gonna accuse someone, Now, like I said, rape and things like that, that's a hard matter. It's a hard matter because there might not be a witness. Then you got to do thorough investigation, But a lot of these women are out here accusing men of rape. And what do? They run with her testimony because she's a woman, because she's supposed to be vulnerable. And then come out 5 years later, DNA evidence, there is none. But that's why you have to do diligent inquiry before you lock a man up. You see that? Why 5 years? Why don't you just investigate for 5 years if that's the case? Before you lock a man up, investigate for 5 years, right?
Right.
But they say guilty until proven innocent. But they'll throw you in jail, deny without bail before you even have a trial. He's a threat to society.
No, I'm sorry. This is to me is guilty till proven guilty.
Yeah, it's guilty, and they only did it guilty until proven innocent.
Until proven guilty.
It's guilty till proven innocent.
That's what they were doing. They did to like See Murder. I was watching that thing on See Murder for No Limit.
Right. They accuse him of murder.
Yeah, they accused him of murder.
See
They
murder,
had,
murder.
They had witnesses and his security guard come testify. Like the security guard was the one that
Shot.
pulled the trigger and everything like that.
Yeah.
But, you know, the Edomite court system was like, nope, the lyrics are saying that you're gonna run over some people and shoot them up. Woo, woo.
Hey, your own mouth can be in this society. The things you say can be used against you. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to have an attorney. The things that you say can be used against you in a court of law.
And it will
And
be.
then his
And
name
will
is
be.
See Murder.
Yeah, and see, murder is his name, and then he talking about killing people. Yeah, like think about it. If DMX ever got accused of rape, he would be guilty. His first album, he was talking about raping some dude's daughter. He was saying like, this is what I'm gonna do to you as a revenge. So imagine if he ever got accused of rape, they would just go right back to them lyrics like, yeah, he did it.
Murder was the name. he gave.
Murder was the case they gave me. Let's read on. Let's finish it up. Let's get up out of here.
Verse 17. Then both men between whom the controversy is shall stand for the Most High before the priests and the judges, which shall be in those days. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition. And behold, if the witness be a false witness, and have testified falsely against his brother, then shall ye do unto him as he had thought to have done unto his brother. So shall thou put the evil away from among you. And those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And thy eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot.
But that's after proper inquiry and judgment. Like I said, it wasn't a free-for-all where you did something to me and then all of a sudden I just did the same things back without any type of inquiry or any type of mediation.
Right.
We were civilized people. Go ahead.
Chapter 20, verse 1. When thou goest out to battle against thy enemies, and seest horses and chariots and a people more than thou, be not afraid of them. For the Most High thy power is with thee.
He's what?
For the Most High thy power is with thee.
Yep. Where we at?
Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 1.
Oh, I'm in Leviticus there. True. Go ahead.
Which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. Verse 2. And it shall be when ye are come nigh unto the battle that the priest shall approach and speak unto the people, and shall say unto them, Hear, O Israel, ye approach this day unto battle against your enemies. Let not your hearts faint, fear not, and do not tremble, neither be ye terrified because of them. For the Most High your power is he that goeth with you to fight for you against your enemies to save you. And the officers shall speak unto the people, saying, What man is there that hath built a new house and hath not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. Verse 6.
Wait, hold on real quick. Derek asks what?
Can we get cremated?
Yeah, we didn't cremate. We didn't cremate as a custom. That wasn't our custom. The Egyptians, they did, they embalmed. We didn't do that. We didn't cremate. We didn't burn bodies. That's why, like, Tobit, right? It would have been easy for Tobit to burn up them bodies. But what did he do? He did the painstaking work of digging graves and burying. Every time you ever read about any type of funeral or any type of service like that, it talked about putting the bodies in the graves, right? That's what it talked about. It says our body shall return to the dust from which it came. So that's even denoting that you put that body back in the dirt.
Yeah.
Right in the dirt. So no, we didn't cremate. That wasn't our custom. That wasn't our custom. That was I'm not sure how cremation came about. I'm thinking that it's a cheaper alternative to run that oven. So that might have been the thing where let's give you this cheaper. Well, no. First of all, when you look at cremation, when you look at all the movies, that had something to do with like Apollo and the Greek gods, right? What were they doing? When someone died, what do? they burned them.
They put them out in the
They would burn them on and put them on rafts and push them in the ocean, or they would build up some type of altar, because what did it sacrifice? What did it signify? A sacrifice, right? Some type of burnt offering. So we didn't burn our people, because then that would signify some type of burnt offering. You bury that.
Wow, man.
Yeah. So when you look at like the Greeks, Romans, they did all that. They burned bodies. They burned things. It was easy. Think about it. When you had war, they were lazy as hell. You had war, you pile up a bunch of bodies and you light them. And you say you burn that to your whatever God you believed in. Right? No matter what. We dug graves. We dug graves, and to not be buried, I think it tells you.
To not be buried as
it's a curse or something like that. I might be saying it wrong.
you're right.
Yeah, to not be buried was like a curse. Watch. If I'm not mistaken, I might be misquoting. I don't want to misquote. I just want to get it. Let's see. We'll find it.
It says like if a rich man was rich.
Right, go to Ecclesiastes 44:14 real quick.
Oh, it's Ecclesiastes.
No, that's just one that hit me. That hit.
It was 44 and
14. Read up.
44 and 14.
Read 44 and 12. Let's see what that says.
Ecclesiasticus, chapter 44, verse 12.
Go ahead.
Their seed standeth fast.
Read verse 1.
44, verse 1.
Uh-huh.
Let us now praise famous men.
Right, so let us praise famous men. Now this is going to go into Moses, David, Nathaniel. It's going to go into all the famous, patriarchs of Israel. Moses, Joshua. It's going to go into all these men. Now go to verse 14.
God. Their bodies are buried.
Cremated.
Their bodies are buried in peace.
You see that? Their bodies, the famous men, they were buried in peace. Go ahead.
But their name liveth forever.
Right. Where's it at? Read 2 Maccabees 9:15. Second Maccabees 9:15. What was it? You found it? Where's it at? Let's just go there. Go to Ecclesiastes 6. Let's just go there. Let's get to the point.
Ecclesiastes 6 and 3.
There's many scriptures on burials showing you that to be buried was a worthy act. That means that somebody took care for you. Because think about it. If you weren't buried and your body laid out in the street, what happened? Before you decay, man, you'd be getting picked apart by the damn birds. Right? That's a filthy way to die.
That's why Jezebel, when she died, the dogs ate her.
Ate her, yeah. That's why when Tobit was burying them bodies and a bird crapped in his face, what were them birds around trying to do? Pick up them bodies, man. Go ahead, where you at?
Ecclesiastes, chapter 6, verse 3.
Jeremiah 16:4. Go ahead.
If a man beget 100 children and live many years, so that the days of his years be many.
So think about it. You got 100 children, right? Go ahead.
And his soul be not filled with good.
Go ahead.
There it is.
And also that he have no burial.
Think about it. You got 100 children, but you were not one of those kids wanted to bury you.
Yep.
What was the point of having 100 children? That means that they don't even care about you. You got 100 kids, and not one of them said, "Man, let me bury my father or my mother when they pass." Go ahead.
I say that an untimely birth is better than he.
It's better for you to not have been born, because untimely birth is miscarried. So, or a stillbirth, or a stillbirth. Is that what they call it?
Yeah, stillborn.
Or a stillborn. So,
here's another good one. Go to Jeremiah 16 and verse 4.
Jeremiah, chapter 16, verse 4.
Right.
They shall die in grievous death.
They shall do what?
Shall die in grievous death.
Go ahead.
They shall not be lamented.
Right. Nobody should cry for them. Read.
Neither shall they be buried.
Right, because you were supposed to be buried. Now, if you're not buried, what does the Bible say? Read.
But they shall be as dung upon the face of the earth.
Because who wants to go next to a dead body?
Remember watching Boys in the Hood? And little Chris was like, y'all want to see a dead body? And they all walked over there and it was like, ugh, right? And they looked and they were like, and it was just, nobody wants to be around that. Nobody wants to be around, it's like smelling doo-doo, but worse. It's doo-doo and death. All mixed into one little smelly package. Right? You look at a dead body, nobody wants to be around a decaying dead body. You bury that to cover up what naturally occurs with death. Maggots and worms. Anything that dies, you don't want to be around. A dead cat, you try to avoid it in your car. Roadkill. Oh! It's already dead. You might as well just keep rolling over them. But you try to, I don't want that on my car. I don't want that touching my tires.
Yeah,
right? So you try to avoid that decay, that stench. Dead skunk on a freshly washed vehicle. Oh, that smell goes all the way home with you.
Oh, yeah.
So just think about the stench and the things that come along with death. You don't want those things around. You don't want to see them. We buried that to keep that looking like dung. Go ahead.
And they shall be consumed
Right.
by the sword and by famine.
Right.
And their carcasses shall be meat for the fowls of the heaven
Right.
and for the beasts of the earth.
Right. That's it on that. That's it on that. No, there's some more. What? Go ahead.
Speaking on like cremation and everything like that, in my city, in the valley, there's this main funeral home. They do cremations and stuff there. There was this recently happened like in the beginning of the year. One of the workers that was there, he fell asleep on one of the tables, right? And another worker thought it was just a dead carcass and
Oh God.
put him in that thing. And the thing, the cremation thing, that furnace, it stays running. So they put him in there, and the way they find out is like just real fast. They heard him screaming, and then he just got disintegrated and stuff.
I mean, it's not.
Go to Psalms. Go to Psalm 79. Go to Psalm 79 and verse 2. Go to Psalm 79 and verse 2, because the thing is, the way we got to hit this is to show that we were buried, and that if you weren't, that it was frowned upon. But it never talks about cremation of our people. Even Abraham bought a plot of land for what?
His people.
To bury his rib, and for himself to be buried. Machpelah, right? When he bartered with the king and he bought that land from that king, I believe it was Machpelah. He bought that so he could bury Sarah, but he could have a burial ground for him and his people. I believe he was buried there. So Abraham, I believe Abraham was buried there. Yeah. But I know Sarah was buried there. What is that? Genesis 25. Go ahead. Read where you at. Psalm 79:2.
Chapter 79, verse 2.
Right.
The dead bodies of thy servants
Right.
have they given to be meat unto the fowls of the heaven.
How? Because they weren't buried. Read.
The flesh of thy saints unto the beasts of the earth.
Right.
Their blood have they shed like water round about Jerusalem.
Right.
And there was none to bury them.
Right. And it was what?
None to bury them.
See that? Go ahead. Read.
We are become a reproach to our neighbors.
Right. Go ahead.
A scorn and derision to them that are round about us.
Their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city. Just like it says. What, in Revelation? Right. So jump back. That's it. I'm trying to look for this one real quick. You call Rebecca. Rebecca looked for her eyes and when she saw eyes and she laughed. No, that's Rebecca. Sarah. Abraham took wives. Keturah. Sarah died in chapter. Sarah died. Here it was.
Damn.
She died in Keturah, Reba, same as Hebron, land of Canaan. Abraham came, more Sarah wept. Abraham stood before their spake his sons, the children of Heth. Hear us, Lord. Abraham stood up and bowed himself to people of the land, children of Heth, communed them. Right, that he may give me a cave of Machpelah, which he hath, which is in the end of the field. For as much money as is worth, he shall give it to me for possession of a burying place amongst you.
So Abraham bought a cave of Machpelah to be able to bury Sarah himself. Family plot, man. So we buried. We didn't cremate. We didn't embalm. We didn't do any of that. That wasn't our custom. All right, that wasn't our natural custom.
Yeah, it was an honorable thing to be buried, because even when you read in Acts, after Stephanus died, they still buried him, right?
Yeah, they grabbed
So the
his
Most
body.
High, he didn't, especially if he was an honorable man, the Most High kind of made sure that you got buried. Because you would think that if you got stoned, the Most High would have put it on those people that stoned you, where they're like, let's just leave them out and not bury them, right? But the Most High still made sure that you got buried.
Even what was it? Who was it that said, "Grab my bones"? Joseph. His bones was buried. They went and dug them up. Grab my, because when you cremate, ain't no bones. Everything's burned up in the ash. He said, "Grab my bones when you leave up out of Egypt." Grabbed his bones and buried him back, somewhere in Canaan. So that was our custom. That was our custom. Let's jump back.
In Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 6. And what man is he that planted a vineyard and hath not yet eaten of it?
Right, so now we're into, when you go out to war, basically, if a cat got excuses, you can't bring them with you, man. His mind got to be clear for the war. And we're dealing with a spiritual war, so we know we're in spiritual warfare. Your mind got to be free from all the entanglements. Go to 2 Timothy 3 and 2. I haven't been here in so long. I haven't been in this scripture a long time. What is it, 2 Timothy 3?
Soldiers love each other themselves?
No, not 2 Timothy. 2 Timothy 2. Let's see here. No. 1 Timothy's. Wow. I haven't been here in so long. Let's see here. It's 2 Timothy 2. I'm sorry. And verse 3.
2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 3.
Verse 4.
Verse 4. No man that warred entangled himself with the affairs of this life.
Why? Because if you're in the midst of a battle, you can't be worried about, man, I didn't dedicate my house, label my rib, I didn't plant my rose garden. I wonder if somebody's creeping with my woman. You can't be thinking about that when spirits are trying to overtake. How do you ravish and ruin a strong man's house? You bind up the strong man. If you mentally bound with a bunch of other things, a bunch of other issues, you're not going to fight a good war, a good battle. So, read it one more time.
No man that warred
right
entangle himself with the affairs of this life.
Right. You can't be entangled with the affairs of this life that we're reading in Deuteronomy. Go ahead.
That he may please him.
That he may what?
That he may please him.
So it's not pleasing for the Most High for you to be entangled with the affairs of this life and making those the excuses. Go ahead.
Who had chosen him
right
to be a soldier.
Wait, to be a what?
To be a soldier.
So you were chosen for war.
That's right.
You got to fight the battles, man. Go ahead. Jump back to Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 6. Second precept. Let him also go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man eat of it. Verse 7. And what man is there that hath betrothed a wife, and hath not taken her? Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man take her. Verse 8. And the officers, and the officers shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, what man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house, lest his brethren's heart faint, as well as his heart.
Why? Because fear spreads just like wildfire.
It does.
Right? You got the 12 men that were supposed to bring back a good report on the land of Canaan. 10 came back fearful, and all it really took was one. And another saw his fear and like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be a mighty man. What you scared of? Well, I'm going to be scared of what you scared of. And then the other one looked over, I'm going to be scared of what y'all are scared of. And it's like a brush fire. It consumes. So you couldn't take someone fearful to war, man. It would turn away your heart.
because of their fear. Go ahead.
That's it.
Oh, yeah, that was it.
That's it. Next reader. Get it done. Get her done. Get her done. Any questions?
Shatak, Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Ban Gashala.
Shatak Shabbat Shah Yehoda Banya Sha'ala. Men of Israel, Ahmad. Barak.
Yehovah Shem Yah Shai Brakathum.
Yehovah Shem Yah Shai Barakatah.
Had your vest on, dude.
All right.
It was hot. Spirits in it, bro. Had your vest. Could have been the vest group. That's cold. Was that on?
Yeah.
Did I turn it on?
I turned it on.
Where we at? Everybody with us so far? Where we at? Deuteronomy what? 20?
Deuteronomy chapter 20 and verse 9. And it shall be, when the officers have made an end of speaking unto the people, that they shall make captains of the armies to lead the people. When thou comest nigh unto the city to fight against it, then proclaim peace unto it. And it shall be, if it make the answer of peace, and open unto thee, then it shall be that all the people that is found there in shall be tributaries unto thee, and they shall serve thee. And if it be no peace, and if it will make no peace with thee, but will make war against thee, then thou shalt besiege it. And
So before we went to war with anyone, we proclaimed peace. Like, listen, y'all don't want that smoke. Give it up now. You heard what the Most High is about. Don't be foolish. Hey, we come in peace. We don't want to fight. Just surrender. Some were like, yeah, we heard. Some were like, nah, we heard, but we don't believe. So let's fight. And that's what it was. Go ahead.
And when Yahweh thy power hath delivered it unto thy hands, thou shalt smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword.
Because that was the stipulation. Listen, if you just surrender, you could just be a tributary. But if you want to fight, then you're going to lose your whole lineage. Choose wisely, right? Before thy go to war, a multitude of counsel before you make thy war. Multitude of safety is before you make your war, count the cost. What man goeth to war and not have sufficient? You said what?
I was going to say first count the cost.
Yeah, count the cost before you go to war, man. Hey, that's what the scriptures say. So if you want to lose your people, lose your heritage, right? So go ahead.
Verse 14. But the women and the little ones and the cattle and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shalt thou take unto thyself, and thou shalt eat the spoil of thine enemies, which Yahweh thy power hath given thee. Thus shalt thou do unto all the cities which are very far off from thee, which are not of the cities of these nations, but of the cities of these people, which Yahweh thy power doeth give thee for an inheritance. Thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth.
Wow.
But thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, as Yahweh thy power hath commanded thee, that they teach you not to do after their abominations, which they have done unto their gods. So should ye sin against Yahweh your power. When thou shalt besiege a city a long time, in making war against it to take it, thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe against them, for thou mayest eat of them, and thou shalt not cut them down, for the tree of the field is a man's life, to ploy them in the siege. Only the trees which thou knowest that they be not trees for meat, thou shalt destroy and cut them down. And thou shalt build bulwarks
Yeah, bulwarks.
against the city that make war with thee, until it be subdued. Deuteronomy chapter 21.
I believe those are battering. Where you at?
That was verse 20.
Right. Only I believe you. Only the trees which thou knowest that they be not trees of meat, thou destroy and cut them down. Right. Build bulwarks. Those are like battering rams to knock down walls. You would use trees that didn't produce any food, like a cedar or an oak. I don't believe they produce any fruits. You would use those as a battering ram. That's what a bulwark is, I believe. Yeah, bulwarks against the city that maketh war with thee until it be subdued. Let me make sure. It's like it's some sort of battering ram. You just got to remember, in those days, we had walled cities and we had garrisons, the moat around the city. We had things like that. That was one protection for the city, a moat, where you had the lake with gators and all types of weird animals that just. It was deep. The only way to get through was a drawbridge. We had things like that, man. It was a part of defense. Deuteronomy 20:21, right? 20 and 20.
Yeah, it's a defense.
Bulwarks, siege enrichment, siege works, siege enclosure, siege works, a rampart, a mound, a siege of distress, fatness, a siege bulwark, defense, fence. It's not really. Let's see here. Oh, you got pictures?
Yeah, it's when I look at the definition, it says a bastion or a rampart or a mound of earth around the place capable of resisting cannon shot and formed with bastionets. So
so you would take the trees and build some type of mound.
Yeah, it's like a round.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's like a wall. Yeah.
So it's like a wall around the wall. Okay, my bad. So it's not a
offensive as well.
Rams. It's more of a defensive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Glad we got that. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 1. If one be found slain in the land which Yahweh thy power giveth thee to possess it, lying in the field, and it be not known who hath slain him, then thy elders and thy judges shall come forth, and they shall measure unto the cities which are round about him that is slain. And it shall be that the city which is next unto the slain man, even the elders of that city shall take an heifer which has not been wroth with, and which hath not drawn in the yoke. Verse 4.
So a heifer that has not been put to work. Go ahead.
The elders of that city shall bring down that heifer unto a rough valley, which is neither aired nor sown, and shall strike off the heifer's neck there in the valley. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near. For them Yahweh thy power hath chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in the name of Yahweh. By their words shall every controversy and every stroke be tried. Verse 6. And all the elders of that city that are next unto the slain man shall wash their hands over the heifer that is beheaded in the valley. And they shall answer and say, Our hands have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it.
Alright, it's Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 8. Be merciful, O Yahweh, unto thy people Yashar'Allah, whom thou hast redeemed, and lay not innocent blood unto thy people of Israel's charge, and the people shall be forgiven them. So shalt thou put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you, when thou shalt do that which is right in the sight of Yahweh. Alright, we're going to jump to Isaiah chapter 51, verse 12. Isaiah chapter 51 and verse 12. And it says, I, even I, am he that comforteth you. Who art thou, that thou shouldest be afraid of a man that shall die, and of the sons of man which shall be made as grass? And forgettest the Lord thy Maker, that has stretched forth the heavens, and laid the foundations of the earth, and has feared continually every day because of the fury of the oppressor, as if he were ready to destroy. And where is the fury of the oppressor? The captive exile hasteneth that he may be loosed, and that he should not die in the pit, nor that his bread should fail. But I am Yahweh thy power, that divideth the sea whose waves roared. The Lord of hosts is his name. And I have put my words in thy mouth, and I have covered thee in the shadow of mine hand, that I may plant the heavens and lay the foundations of the earth, and say unto Zion, Thou art my people. Verse 17. Awake, awake, stand up, O Jerusalem, which has drunk at the hand of the Lord the cup of his fury. Thou hast drunken the dregs of the cup of trembling, and wrung them out. There is none to guide her among all the sons whom she hath brought forth, neither is there any that taketh her by the hand of all the sons that she hath brought up. These two things are come unto thee. Who shall be sorry for thee? Desolation and destruction, and the famine, and the sword. By whom shall I comfort thee? Thy sons have fainted. They lie at the head of all the streets as a wild bull in a net. They are full of the fury of the Lord, the rebuke of Yahweh. Verse 21. Therefore hear now this, thou afflicted and drunken, but not with wine. Thus saith the Lord. Thus saith thy Lord. Thus saith thy Lord the Lord, and thy power that pleadeth the cause of his people. Behold, I have taken out of thine hand the cup of trembling, even the dregs of the cup of my fury. Thou shalt no more drink it again. But I will put it in the hand of them that afflict thee, which have said to thy soul, Bow down, that we may go over. And thou hast laid thy body as the ground, and as the street to them that went over. Isaiah chapter 52, verse 1. Awake, awake, put on thy strength, O Zion. Put on thy beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city. For henceforth there shall no more come into thee the uncircumcised and the unclean. Shake thyself from the dust, arise, and sit down, O Jerusalem. Loose thyself from the bands of thy neck, O captive daughter of Zion. For thus saith the Lord, Ye have sold yourselves for naught, and ye shall be redeemed without money. For thus saith the Lord Yahweh, My people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrian oppressed them without cause. Now therefore, what have I here, saith the Lord, that my people is taken away for naught? They that rule over them made them to howl, saith the Lord, and my name continually every day is blasphemed.
Sure. It's me. Isaiah 52 and verse 6.
Question on verse 5.
Yeah.
Verse 5 is that, would that be a precept to the one where it says, by you the Holy Spirit is blasphemed? Or could it, or
52 and verse 5?
Read
it. says, now therefore, what have I here, saith the Lord, that my people is taken away for naught, that they rule over them, make them to howl, saith the Lord, and my name continue. No. No, because this is talking about, remember, this is talking about us being in captivity. Remember, this, because it has the word blaspheme, don't mean it's talking about the same thing. This is talking about us being in captivity and our oppressors. Watch, now therefore, what have I here, saith the Lord, that my people is taken away for naught. They that rule over them make them to howl, saith the Lord. So he's talking about how the people that rule over us cause us to do what we do. But then that Romans, where it says the name of the Most High is blasphemed through you to the Gentiles, talking about how the things that we did presumptuously, right, willing sin, the name was blasphemed to the Gentiles. So different instances, different sides of the blasphemy coin. Yes, sir. Where am I at? Isaiah 52:6. Therefore my people shall know my name. Therefore they shall know in that day that I am he that doeth speak. Behold, it is I. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publish peace, that bringeth good tidings of good, that publisheth salvation, that saith unto Zion, thy power reigneth. Thy watchmen shall lift up the voice. With the voice together shall they sing. For they shall see eye to eye when the Lord shall bring again Zion. Break forth into joy and sing together, ye waste places of Jerusalem. For the Lord hath comforted his people and hath redeemed Jerusalem. So we know that this hasn't happened yet. We're not in comfort. We're getting there. We're awaking. We're putting on our strength. Right? Putting on our garments. We're putting on our heritage, our language, our customs, but we haven't been fully delivered. This is how you know, like when people ask, there was a question last night in Virginia, like, are you wicked for keeping the Passover in the land of captivity? You were supposed to. Yeah. This is the place at the Most High. Wherever Israel was scattered was where it was designated to keep that Passover if you knew about it. It wasn't like when we were all together and he chose a place because we all knew better. Right? Now we're in captivity. If you know it, you do it. Right? This was part of it. This was part of getting back to getting salvation, was doing all the feast days. Where we at? Verse 10. The Lord hath made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our power. And has he not made us bare? Has he not made us look naked? That's right. By putting us through this whooping. The nations, man, they looking at us like, and that's why they say, there's no way that these are the people of God. Look how broke they are, poor they are, destitute, butt naked, broke, lost. But the Most High said he's going to redeem us, man. He's going to clothe us. Depart ye, go ye out from thence. Oh, here it goes again. We just went over this, right? Touch ye not the unclean thing. Go ye out of the midst of her, be ye clean, that bear the vessels of the Lord. Verse 12. For ye shall not go out with haste, nor go by flight, for the Lord will go before you, and the power of Israel will be your reward. Let's jump over to John. If I got questions, prepare them now. But I got John, then I got Acts. So we're done with the reading in the next 10 minutes. You got questions off the reading, put them in the chat. On the reading, put them in the chat, please. Try to knock those out. John chapter 1 and 19. Good reading right here, man. And this is the record of John when the Jews sent priests and Levites from Jerusalem to ask him, who art thou? So that you got to see, they handle John the same way they try to handle Christ. Who are you? Who are you the son of? Who sent you? Right? And who was it? The Levites, the priests. And he confessed and denied not, but confessed, I am not the Hamashiach. And they asked him, what then? Art thou Elias? And he said, I am not. Art thou that prophet? And he answered, No. Then said unto him, Who art thou, that we may give an answer to them that sent us? What sayest thou of thyself? He said, I am the voice of the one crying in the wilderness. Make straight the way of the Lord, as said the prophet Isaiah. Now you see why when he said that, they're like, this dude got the devil. Like, this nigga's Isaiah? What's he talking about? You eating honey and locusts and camel fur? This dude's crazy. Right? And they which were sent, huh?
I said he wasn't eating camel fur.
He wasn't eating it. He was wearing it. Camel here. They which were sent of the Pharisees, they asked him and said unto him, Why baptizest thou then, if thou be not that Savior, or Elias, neither that prophet? John answered them, saying, I baptize with water, but there standeth one among you whom ye know not. He it is who coming after me is preferred before me, whose shoes latchet I am not worthy to unloose.
That's right.
These things were done in Beth Abora, beyond Jordan, where John was baptizing. Oh, that's it? And if you look up that river, if you look up that little land, Beth Baora, bro, that thing is dirty. It is filthy, muddy dirt water. Brown. And he was baptized into repentance in brown waters. Just showing you it wasn't about the water. That filthy water wasn't making nobody's soul clean. Acts 3:22. Let's jump over. Acts 3:20. Ooh, is this when Stephanus was ripping? No, that's Acts 7. Acts 3:22. And here's the prophecy that Moses dropped being reiterated in Acts. For Moses truly said unto the fathers, Prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren like unto me. Him shall you hear in all things whatsoever he shall say unto you. And it shall come to pass that every soul which will not hear that prophet shall be destroyed from among the people. Yea, all the prophets. Oh, is that it?
No, it was just two.
That's it. Ooh. Check this out, though. That's all good. I'll leave it there. Any questions? Any questions, Justin? They aren't listening to me, and they are throwing things at each other, and they're making a big mess. Anything online? Anything on the topic? Anything on the reading that we missed? Or that no one's, or that you're not clear on? Anything off the reading? I know we covered a lot quickly. Trying to not be here, trying to extend these classes. They don't have to be so long. So that way we can get out and do other things and not have to rush. So if there's nothing, we can set up for prayers, and then we got an announcement. That's it. Okay. Let's rise and face the east. There was nothing online, right? Okay, I like it. Setting records up in here.
Oh, all right.
The prayers. Yeah, y'all can move up a little bit if y'all need to, so y'all got space. You got it?
Rakata Yahweh,
Rakata Yahweh,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Babakushai,
Babakushai,
Shammai,
Shammai,
Lanawa,
Lanawa,
Shalach Ma'aka Allah,
Shalach Ma'aka Allah,
Wa'ala Hayim,
Wa'ala Hayim. Looks a lot, go ahead. La, Shamar Al,
Barak,
Rapah,
Magun,
Wa,
Aisha, Chazak, Ayin, Yashar Allah. Also, send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual powers, and forgive us of all our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always and forever. Amen. Me?
Me?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to do these prayers, and then we got an announcement after, so don't log off.
Bahasham Yahushai. Bahawa'ab. Bahawa'ab. Hatawarab.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
And it's Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. Bahawa'ab. Bahawa'ab. Award. Lara'ab.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. Bahawa'ab. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. Bahawa'ab. Shaman, Zayak, Lamashat, Yashar Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And if anybody wants to get anointed, y'all can get anointed at the end. This is Psalms chapter 92. It is a good thing. To give thanks unto Yahweh. To sing praise unto thy name. O Most High. Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. Thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy word. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass. And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish. Is that day. Shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, are most high forevermore. Below thine enemies, O Yahweh, below thine enemies, shall perish. All the workers of iniquity, shall be scattered. But my horn, shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. And I also shall see. My desire and mine enemies. And my ears shall hear. My desire of the wicked. That rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai. Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. Show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. Bahasham Yahushai. Aman. This is Psalms chapter 133 in Hebrew. Shayar, Malawat, Ladawad, Hana, Batawab, Mab, Nayam, Yam, Shabbat, Akyum, Gum, Yachad, Hashaman, Hatzawad, Al, Hara'ash, Yerad, Al, Hazakwan, Aharon, Shayarad, Apayah, Adawathiwa, Katol, Karam 1, Shayarad, Al, Harayah, Desire 1, Kaya, Shum, Tazawad, Yahweh, Habaraka, Chayayam, I will love, Aman.
Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The
The
water.
Yad.
Yad. Aman. Let's circle up real quick. Let's circle it up. Step into the middle, my mate. So, last night, back up a little bit. Last night, if you were watching class in VA, there was a few brothers that were given their Hebrew names. So we got, I'm gonna call him his old name, Ricardo. He was given his Hebrew name, and his name is fitting. It's Yashakar. All right, it's fitting. He is hired. He came in 9 months, and he just been doing his thing. He been diligent. He been hardworking. His name is fitting. When I heard it, I was like, that's it. I knew he would love it. So we're gonna salute him out. We did it in VA, but we're gonna do it here since he's here. We're gonna salute him out and then salute him in. You wanna do it? Go ahead.
Salute now, Ricardo. Salute in, Yashakar. Men of Israel, Imanium. Barak. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatam.
Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
All right, get your daps. while you do that, to the front. Let's do it. Right. So we got Samuel. He was saluted out as Samuel, and his Hebrew name is Shemayala, which means the Most High hears. And you know, Samuel, you've been around how long? 4 years, right? It's been a while, right? And you know, battling, fighting. I think you would even say, man, I want the feeling that I get from you is even that you're looking for the Most High to hear you. So the name is fitting. You know, all I got to say is keep fighting, keep battling, keep pushing forward. We here for you. We here for brothers. Let's salute them in.
Salute out, Samuel. Salute in. Shemayala. Men of Israel, Imanium. Barak.
Yahweh
Hashem Yahushai Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatam. Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
What's up? Get your love. Get your daps.
Say, you got to salute me in too, homeboy. I got a new name.
We'll talk about that. I got one more bro. Lewis, step to the center. It's no.
You got a name there?
So last night Lewis didn't get saluted in because we were making sure that the name fit and making sure that everything was good with it. So his Hebrew name is Amawan Izar, which is faithful help. All right, and you know, again, the name is fitting. We pick these names for brothers. Brothers are given these names according to what they bring to the table spiritually. Okay, and I know some of y'all want to pick your names, and you know you want to go off of what you want to go off of. But remember, the scriptures say, "Let other men praise you." That's what the Bible says. And you know, if we're gonna be the assessors of everything that's going on in the spirit, then it's only fitting that, like me, I was given my name. I didn't pick it. The brothers seen what my spirit was like. They're like, he's angry. Give him that name, right? But not in that way. His name, same thing. We looked at what the situation, the battle, what the man was going through, or even what was needed. You know, you can live up to a name, or a name can be a downfall. Meaning what? I'm a one, Izar, faithful help. You've been doing that. But we also gave you that name to keep pushing you forward into being faithful.
Right.
Okay, so live up to the name. Keep pushing forward. Keep doing what you've been doing. Don't let the name break you. All right, that's for all brothers. All right, so let's salute them in. Let's salute them out. Salute them in.
Salute out, Lewis. Salute in. I'm a one Izar. Men of Israel, I'm out. Barak. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatam.
Kum Yashala. Kum Yashala. Kum Yashala. Kum Yashala. Kum Yashala. Kum Yashala.
Get them a time. Let's get your dap, and then we got one more, which is Mustafa. He ain't here. He ain't here, but I'm gonna still salute him in because he deserves it. Bakar Gabar, which is chosen warrior. And you know, Mustafa, like, you know, Kazak said it, man. Mustafa is that bro right now that he's out there in Yonkers. He's by himself. He's being guided by just counsel. You know, when he came out for Passover, 3 years ago, nobody forced him to come. Nobody made him take a trip with his family. You know, brothers is in VA. Nobody's forcing Mustafa to do what he does. So, you know, again, you can live up to that name, or you can let that name break you. Chosen warrior. Again, it's a fitting name. It fits his spirit. And you know, Mustafa's gonna do some good things up in Yonkers if he remains faithful and keeps just doing what he's been doing. All right. So we'll salute him in, even though he's not here. Go ahead, salute him in.
Salute out, Mustafa. Salute in. Bakar, Gabar, Men of Israel, Imadim, Barak, Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatam. Kum Yashala. Kum Yashala. Kum Yashala. Kum Yashala. Kum Yashala. Kum Yashala.
All right, so Mustafa, congrats. We love you, bro. Let's circle up and let's call it for normal calling it. Somebody call it.
Manager, I'm Michael. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatam.
Kuma Shmada.
Kum Yashala.
Kuma Shmada.
Kum Yashala.
Kuma Shmada.
Kum Yashala.
Get them a tie. Let's turn and face the sisters. Let's turn and face the sisters. All right, call it.
Salute out the daughter of Zion. Manager, I'm Michael. Barak.
Yahweh Shemaladan, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yayamatai. Dismiss. Let's say shalom to everybody online. Shalom. We love y'all. Keep fighting. Bro, don't walk in front of the camera. Don't walk in front of the camera.
My rock. The Most High is my rock. In the name of Messiah, the Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. My rock. The Most High is my rock. Yeah. The Most High is my rock. I keep my Bible on top. The Most High is my rock. No time for cupcake and the cutling. Hit the streets and start cutting. The Israelites are bubbling. The Israelites are coming. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. You can keep the stuffing. It's pagan, disdain, it's vain, it's nothing. The European Union about to hit the button. And I feel sorry for you if you think the Lord is bluffing. That's why I hit the booth and I tell the truth. Are you fishing with the truth? Homie, where's your fruit? If the Most High is your rock, don't treat him like a side piece. Come in this truth plan and treat you like a side piece. He's the God of mercy and wrath. So do you want to